now come to order. Welcome to the January 5th, 2023 meeting of the City of Raleigh Appearance Commission. My name is Chris Roberts and I am chair of the commission. Before we begin tonight, I would like to welcome one new commission member, Dane Thompson. Dane, welcome. We have two other commissioners that will be joining us that have been approved by the council. They'll hopefully join us for the next meeting, Matthew Griffith and Catherine Lawson. So appreciate having you on board. The Raleigh Appearance Commission is a public body appointed by the City Council that exercises both advisory and quasi-judicial functions. The Appearance Commission responsibilities relate to zoning and other land use matters, as well as the visual quality and aesthetic characteristics of the city. Today's agenda includes requests for design alternates from the city's Unified Development Ordinance. When hearing requests for design alternates, the Appearance Commission sits as a quasi-judicial body and conducts an evidentiary hearing on the request. That means it is like a court hearing. State law sets specific procedures and rules concerning how this commission must make its decisions. When hearing quasi-judicial matters, the Appearance Commission has 9 regular members and 6 alternate members. We will probably have more than 9 members at the table at times tonight. So I will go through who is going to be those voting members and who the alternate voting members will be when we get to the point of the cases where we're going to take the vote. The standard the applicant must meet to be granted their request is set forth in the UDO. The commission hears and considers evidence presented at the hearing and applies the standard when making its decision. The commission must base its decisions upon competent material and substantial evidence presented at the hearing. This meeting is open to the public and everyone is welcome to watch. However, participation in the evidentiary hearing is limited. Parties have rights to participate fully. Parties may present evidence, call witnesses, and make legal arguments. Witnesses may testify as to facts to which they are competent to testify, so long as those facts relate to the legal standards. In addition, lay or non-expert witness testimony is limited to facts, not personal preference or opinions. For certain topics, the commission needs to hear opinion testimony from expert witnesses, and these topics include projections about impacts on property values and projections about impacts on traffic safety. So we have some time constraints tonight for the commission. We're going to need to adjourn this meeting around 7:30, so I want to be respectful of everybody's time. So I guess for the applicants, while we're not going to limit time for presentations or testimony, I just ask that everybody be respectful of time and focus on those relevant items so that we can hear as many cases as possible. And likewise to the commission, I think we'd like to keep our comments as brief but as relevant as possible. So we'll move forward that way. We will now conduct the evidentiary hearing on today's agenda. We have a few cases that have requested to be continued to a later date, so I'm going to ask the contact or attorney for those cases to come to the podium and just confirm that is the case. The first case to be continued to a later date is DA-24-2022 at 3081 Sanderford Road, Sanderford Storage. Is there anybody here representing that case? If you could just come down, state your name, and confirm that that is true, and if it's to be continued to the February 2nd meeting or a different meeting.
Yes, good afternoon. I'm Collier Marsh with Parker Poe at 301 Fayetteville Street here on behalf of the applicant for DA 24-2022. We would request that that case be continued to the February meeting, February 2nd.
Very good. Thank you. The next case to be continued is DA-29-2022 at 200, 206, and 210 Southwest Street, also known as Russ Bus.
Good afternoon, Molly Stewart, Morningstar Law Group, representing the applicant in this case, and we do request continuance to February 2nd.
Very good, thank you. And also case DA 30-2022 at 105 Ash Ave.
I also represent the applicant in this case, and we request continuance to February.
February 2nd, perfect. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, we will now call the first case. We'll open the evidentiary hearing for item DA-22-2022 at 210 Newton Road, Slate Storage Expansion. first on today's agenda. Casey Evans will introduce this hearing, and before you start, Casey, I will swear you in. Casey, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, thank you.
Okay, this property is located on the south side of Newton Road and the east side of Six Forks Road with the address 210 Newton Road. The property has split zoning with the portion, with the portion containing the building zoned commercial mixed use 3 stories, and then the remainder is zoned conservation management. The slate storage expansion project is a proposed building addition to the south end of an existing self-storage facility. The applicant is requesting 2 design alternates, complete relief from the transparency requirements and complete relief from the blank wall requirements, and both of those are for the side of the building that faces along Six Forks Road. Transparency is required for each side of the building facing a public street, and the general buildings in the CX district are required to have a minimum of 33% transparency on the ground story and 20% on each upper story. And as you know, there are 2 design alternate findings that must be satisfied in order to grant a design alternate for transparency. Blank wall is also required for each side of the building facing a public street to prevent large, monotonous expanses of building mass, and blank wall for general buildings in the CX district is limited to 30 feet. There are 4 design alternate standards that have to be met in order to grant a design alternate for blank wall. And with that, I am happy to answer any questions you may have.
All right. The applicant will now present evidence and legal arguments in support of the request. And as a reminder, any evidence and arguments must focus on the applicable standards. Before you begin, please state your name, address in relation to the case for the record.
Thank you, Chair Roberts. My name is Samuel Morris with Longleaf Law Partners, 4509 Creedmoor Road, Suite 302, here on behalf of the applicant team. I'm joined today by Ivan Rohrer with Newton Retail and Storage, who's the owner of the property, Aaron Fredrickson with Metrolina Builders, and Matt Lauder with Bowman Engineering. We are here today, as you heard, requesting complete relief from the transparency and blank wall requirements along the rear portion of the slate storage building expansion at 210 Newton Road. You just saw this aerial view of the parcel, which, as you can see, is a very unique shaped parcel. And you can see the relevant portion of the property that abuts Six Forks Road. And you can, of course, see there's an existing building pad actually where that expansion is going to go on the southern portion of the building. You just heard it's CX3 zoning, but you can also see the fact that a substantial portion of the property is zone CM because it's non-buildable floodplain area. And here's a closer look at the site plan. As you know by the fact that we're here, that Raleigh planning staff has determined that portions of this rear elevation are technically street facing, in that direction. Which of course trigger the transparency and blank wall requirements under the UDO. This rear elevation, however, is separated from Six Forks Road by close to 300 feet of heavily wooded, non-buildable area. And here's a quick look at the elevation drawings. The majority of this building, of course, already exists, with the addition being kind of that bit on the end. And both on the front and the rear, the plan is to match the existing architecture that exists for the building. And just a quick building, aerial building layout. These are the relevant portions. So, the back corner of the building, and you can see it's almost entirely made up of individual self-storage units. You've already seen this site plan, or I'm sorry, aerial. So here's a look at the building as you pull in off Newton Road. Just note it's got pretty nice architecture for a self-storage building. Newton Retail and Storage made a substantial efforts when they originally designed this building to make it attractive and to make it fit in with the surrounding neighborhoods along Newton Road. This is the other side of the building where the addition is going. You can see the concrete building pad is already there. And then jumping down onto Six Forks Road, where that guardrail is the portion of the property that technically does abut Six Forks Road. Here's a midsummer view where it's completely invisible from the Six Forks right-of-way. You've got a mix of evergreen and deciduous trees. You go to early spring, when there's not as much deciduous leaves on the trees, you can just barely make out the fact that the building is there if you look closely. But most times of the year, this building is virtually invisible from Six Forks Road. And so, therefore, we believe that this requested design alternates are consistent with the intent of the transparency and blank wall requirements, given the unique circumstances on this property and the kind of technical interpretation that's been made. I think this is kind of a classic example where the technical requirements of the UDO don't necessarily match the physical realities on the ground. These elevations are street facing in kind of technical definition only, and we don't think that this is really the context in which the transparency and blank wall requirements were intended to apply when originally included in the UDO. The proposed plan matches the architecture of the existing building, which, as you saw, was very high quality for a self-storage building. It includes substantial landscaping and tree coverage, and overall results in the most reasonable and desirable building design for this location. Therefore, we ask that you all grant the design alternates requested. We're happy to take any questions you have. Thank you.
Thank you for that presentation. So now we will hear from other individuals in the public wishing to provide factual testimony concerning the request. Is there anybody here from the public to speak on this case? All right, great. And so now I'm going to open it up to the commission. Any questions, commissioners, for staff or the applicant?
Would you mind expanding a little bit on, I think the term you use throughout the application is unbuildable floodplain, and what the restrictions are?
Yes. So there's a couple kind of components to the what makes it non-buildable. From a floodplain perspective, my understanding is that this is within the 50-year floodplain, which is, for the planners, is like the blue on the IMAPS map, which is under the UDO is no new construction. You cannot build. You cannot put any new construction in that area that is blue there. And then from a zoning perspective, you see that CM, conservation management zoning, correspond with those kind of non-buildable areas due to floodplain. And so from a zoning and they hit it from multiple angles. The zoning doesn't allow building, and from a floodplain regulatory perspective, no new building. Theoretically, I think it's every maybe 20 or 50 years, the federal government puts out new delineations and local governments update accordingly. That was done, I think, in the past couple years. And so this will remain non-buildable for the foreseeable future. Yes, sir.
Any other questions?
On the page that has the elevations, I just want to make sure I'm looking at this right. So elevation number 3 is the proposed.
Yes.
Okay.
And so,
would you say that the elevation is reflective of what's there now?
yes, everything to the right of where so the black portion is what exists, and the gray portion is the addition, and again, flipping it over to the other side. Everything to the left already exists.
I noticed it was labeled backwards.
It is incorrectly labeled on elevation number 2.
So the new side elevation is it basically going to look like? Are you basically?
It's going to match.
Pull it right out, and
Yes.
it's going to be exactly what
It's going to be. It's going to match what's existing there today. Yeah.
Could I ask about the greenway easement that goes through that area? I
Yes.
think there is a greenway easement. Could you point out where it is?
Yes. So, the easement itself. Oh my goodness. Okay. It runs, I believe, along the back portion of this building. The exact status of the easement. I'm not positive because I know the greenway runs out along Six Forks Road, and I'm not aware of any immediate plans to extend that greenway. I think the engineer can give a better status on like
Great.
the status of the
I'll
dedication.
just need to swear you in, so if you could state for the record your name, address in relation to the case, and then I'll administer your oath.
Okay, great. Yes, my name is Matt Louder. I'm with Bowman Consulting at 4004 Barrett Drive, and I'm the civil engineer for the project.
Thanks, Matt. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
To answer your question, there is a significant stream that parallels the building, and it drains from Newton Road and goes south towards Six Forks. And actually, there's a confluence of two streams just south of where the proposed building is. All of this area is within a 100-year floodplain. There are Neuse River buffers adjacent to the stream as well. That'd be 50 feet from the top of bank. And the city has requested greenway easements within this area as well. I guess there's plans for a future trail, not part of our project, but just reserving the greenway areas. And that would extend basically from Newton Road to Six Forks. There's basically is paralleling or matching where the Neuse River buffers would be through that whole corridor.
Okay. Is that on that plan somewhere?
It is, and there's a lot of things going
Yeah,
on. There's
I'm
tree
just trying to figure out
preservation.
where
There's a
it's
lot
at.
of things that happen. But yes, it's basically, it parallels or is very close to where the zoning line would be.
On plan left of the stream corridor or plan right?
Yes, sir. Kind of the hatched area, if you just want a rough guide, just kind of like a net hatch kind of thing. That's roughly where the greenway and the Neuse River buffers are.
Okay.
So we're really, I mean, there's an existing building pad. We're not going beyond that. Everything roughly 5 or 10 feet beyond that is within some type of buffer or floodplain or some kind of restriction.
Thank you.
Okay, great.
Any other questions from the commission? Applicant, anything further that you would like to add? Casey, anything further from staff's perspective? All right, great. Hearing no additional questions or presentation of relevant facts, the commission will now close the hearing and bring the matter to the table. As a reminder, this commission is tasked with deciding if, based on the evidence presented, this proposal meets the applicable standards. This decision cannot be based on personal preference of the commission members. Rather, it is based on standards and evidence. If, based on its deliberations, the commission requires additional evidence, the commission will reopen the hearing. Who would like to start us off with any comments?
I'll say something. So I think this is a pretty straightforward case. Clearly can't see it from Six Forks. It's already, I mean, the building's already there. The kind of impact's already had, extending it a little bit. Seems totally reasonable. The only thing I could think of is if they did put a greenway there, would it have a negative impact on the views from the greenway? But that's pretty much a stretch, and I would say it doesn't because the building that's there is already doing it. So that's my 2 cents.
And even if they did add one, I don't think they're not going to clear cut all the trees in that area, and so you'll still end up with a lot of cover from Six Forks.
Yeah.
Any other comments?
I'll just second that comment, and I think looking at the findings for transparency, I think it does use architectural treatments that are a little above and beyond with that facade, and as well as landscape treatment. So I think that's pretty much closes that, in my opinion. And then for as well as blank wall, there's obviously lots of landscaping there as well. So I think, to me, this is pretty straightforward. So I'd move to approve on both.
I'll second.
All right, so motion from Commissioner Bates, second from Commissioner Gaskins. I'm just going to review who we have voting at this point. So the regular members that are present and were present for the entire presentation would be myself, Commissioner Roberts, Commissioner Walters, Bates, Eberly, Gaskins, Tuttle, Springer. So I believe that leaves 2 alternates to be had at this point. Ed, oh, I'm sorry. You're an alternate as well. We would take the first two most senior alternates to vote on this. I saw, yeah. And then, so the alternates that will be voting will be Bernard Thaxton, Commissioner Thaxton, and Commissioner Lynch. Were you here for the entire presentation?
No, I missed the first few minutes of it.
Okay. So then we're going to defer to Commissioner Best. Will be a voting member. All right. So we had the motion, the second. Any additional discussion? All right. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed, say nay. All right. The motion carries. Thank you.
Chair Roberts, can you repeat the two alternates that were voting?
The alternates that were voting were Commissioner Thaxton and Commissioner Best. All right, thank you so much. Patrice, would you like to join us? You are a regular voting member, so we would love to have you up here.
I think we need a chair.
Oh, and we need a chair. I congratulate our commission for the attendance tonight. All right, so we will now call case number 2, DA-23-2022 at 6461 Grassy Knoll Lane for Suncrest Village. Casey, I believe you'll be introducing this hearing as well.
Okay, this is DA 23-2022. The subject property is located on the north side of Grassy Knoll Lane with the address 6461 Grassy Knoll Lane. The property is zoned residential for conditional use. The applicant is proposing a 2-lot detached house subdivision. And they're requesting a design alternate to the street design to maintain the existing right-of-way width, to locate the street trees in line with the existing street trees, and to not construct the sidewalk. And there are 6 design alternate findings that must be satisfied in order to grant the proposed design alternate. And I am available if you have any questions, and I'm going to invite the city's transportation representative up if they have any remarks for you.
All right, and before you begin, if could you state your name for the record, please?
Hi, my name's Amanda Jones of Transportation.
And
I'm
Amanda,
here-
do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Anything further to add beyond what Casey went over?
Nope, I'm just here if you have any questions.
Thank you for being here. And I failed to see Commissioner Beach in the audience as well. So we have a almost full house. So we do, that means we do have all 9 regular voting members at this point. So everybody is free to deliberate, but we would only take votes from those regular voting members. So at this point, I'd like to invite the applicant up to present evidence and legal arguments in support of the request. And before you begin, please state your name for the record, address in relation to the case.
Good afternoon, members of the commission. My name is Isabel Maddox, attorney here in Raleigh. My address is P.O. Box 946, Raleigh 27602. I'm here today representing Capitol Hill Investments, LLC, the owner of this property. And with me today is John Callahan, professional engineer of the John A. Edwards & Company engineering firm. First, I'd like to move that the application materials and exhibits be admitted into the record. And then I want to go into our request. So this is a fairly simple request. An existing neighborhood, there's a proposal to subdivide a sort of a double lot into 2 separate lots. And we're requesting that we would not be required to dedicate the 2.5 feet of right-of-way, as it would be inconsistent with the existing road and the existing built neighborhood. We also would like to locate trees so they're in line with the existing trees along the street. The rest of the neighborhood, other than these proposed 2 lots, is all developed into single-family houses. So we'd like to locate the street trees in line with the existing trees. And finally, to remove the requirement for the construction of a sidewalk. There is a sidewalk on the other side of the street, but there's no sidewalk on the north side of the street. And you can see the built environment, which is, completely built as single-family houses. We have proposed a subdivision dividing this larger lot into 2 single-family lots. And an interesting thing about this case is we have already gone to the Board of Adjustment and requested that we have a variance from the lot width here. Normally, the lot width requirement for a single-family is 65 feet. We had the board approve a lot width of 61.2 feet and a smaller square footage of lots. Normally it's 10,000. I think we had 6623 approved. Most of the lots in this subdivision are lower square footage than 10,000. They were approved under a pre-existing ordinance which allowed for cluster subdivisions. So in fact, a lot of the lots were actually a lot smaller than the 10,000 feet because they gave open space in other locations. So we did get that approved in July, but with a space amount, a minimum size lot. And if this right-of-way dedication is required, we'll be beneath that amount of square footage per lot. I would say that there was no neighborhood opposition. In fact, we had neighborhood support for the variance because the alternative development proposal here would be to, instead of single-family homes, would be to develop 2 townhouses here, which would be permitted under the Missing Middle 2.0. The neighbors greatly preferred single-family detached homes, and so therefore supported the variance, and this would just, help us keep this in line with the approved variance, and also not require sidewalk construction on this side of the street when there is no sidewalk. And you can see from the aerial, I don't know how well you can see it, but there is a sidewalk on the south side of the street, but not on the north. It's a, very neighborhood-oriented area, not lots of traffic. Mostly it's residential traffic. I'd like to call on John Callahan to speak to the findings and how we satisfy those. John?
John, before you begin, if you could please state your name, address in relation to the case for the record.
John Callahan, 333 Wade Avenue in Raleigh. I am the design engineer of record and principal of John A. Edwards and Company. Been a licensed PE for over 25 years.
Very good. And do you swear or affirm the testimony you will provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
I'm just going to kind of cover the required findings. They're on the slide here for you. The approved design alternate is consistent with the intent. We are maintaining the character of the surrounding existing neighborhood and avoid any confusing widening or adding a sidewalk that's inconsistent with the rest of that side of the streetscape. Again, planting the street trees in line with the existing street trees so that we don't have just one that's zigzagged out of line from the rest of the streetscape. And there would be no negative impacts to the public right-of-way or pedestrian circulation since there's no existing sidewalk there today, and the existing right-of-way would remain. The approved design alternate is also consistent with the intent of Article 8.5. That's the street trees. I jumped ahead there a little bit. They do not negatively impact the public right-of-way and circulation, and it also keeps it in line with the consistency of that streetscape. The design alternate does not increase congestion or compromise safety. The street exists as it is today. We're not making any additional improvements, no additional sidewalks, and everything remains as is. The approved design alternate does not create additional maintenance responsibilities for the city. In fact, it would lessen that responsibility because there'd be no sidewalk to maintain. There's no additional curb and gutter or anything. Everything is existing. The approved design alternate would not adversely impact stormwater collection or conveyance. Again, the removal of the sidewalk is reduction in impervious area, less stormwater runoff, and then we're not making any changes to the existing runoff that's already permitted there. And transitioning from a different street section, we're just matching the character of the existing neighborhood without having a two-lot section that would be different on that streetscape along there, and that way be out of character or confusing to the public. That's all I have.
Thanks, John. So just to give you this is the proposed subdivision, and you can see that if we dedicated right-of-way on the front, we would reduce our size below what is required under the Board of Adjustment variance. So in summary, we believe that this request, consistent with the intent of the ordinance, we would maintain the character of the existing neighborhood. We would prevent an unsightly and confusing right-of-way situation, kind of zigzaggy. This would allow the subdivision to go forward in accordance with the BOA variance, which the neighborhood supported, and we believe it is reasonable and in the public interest. And we believe we've submitted competent material, substantial evidence, and request that you approve this design adjustment. Certainly available for questions.
Very good. Thank you for the presentation. We will now hear from other individuals in the public wishing to provide factual testimony concerning the request. Is there anybody from the public here to speak on this case? All right, hearing none. Commission members, any questions for the applicant or for staff?
Ms. Maddox, do you have any documentation of support from neighborhood?
We haven't gone back to the neighborhood to discuss this design alternate with them. That was in the Board of Adjustment proceeding. We had one neighbor testify that they were in support, so I could only present that.
Okay, thank you.
The applicant did meet with the neighborhood in connection with the variance and went through the various possibilities, and they were persuaded that was the best option for them.
Very good. Any other questions?
Ms. Maddox, do you know why those two lots were empty and not part of the original subdivision?
They were part of the original subdivision. It's a little bit unclear why they were left over. I think they got to a point where they had a cap on the number of lots. They could have come back and presented a further modification to their original subdivision plan, but the economy had meanwhile gone off the cliff. That was back in 2008, and they just didn't have the money to come back in and do that final subdivision. Meanwhile, the law changed in 2013, and so it just sat there for a number of years until the economy got to the point where these were in demand. These lots. Now we hope the economy's not back off the cliff, but I think they could have done it back in 06, 07 time frame and gotten those two done, but because of money constraints, they just didn't do anything with those.
Thank you.
Not seeing any.
I was going to see if we could ask Amanda to come up and just wanted to hear from you if you had any concerns about this case from a
Yes, sir.
traffic
That would be
safety
consistent
standpoint.
with the surrounding subdivision.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Maddox, anything to add before we go into deliberations?
No, sir.
All right, very good. Amanda or Casey, anything else to add? Commission members good? All right. Hearing no additional questions or presentation of relevant facts, the commission will now close the hearing and bring the matter to the table. Who would like to begin?
I'll just say that I think Ms. Maddox and Mr. Callahan went through the findings. I think they all seem to make sense. It's pretty straightforward in my opinion. If nobody has any other questions or concerns, I would move to approve.
Second that again.
All right, thanks, Commissioner Bates and Commissioner Gaskins. Any additional discussion from the commission? All right, so we'll take a vote, and just to confirm for the record, the commissioners voting will be all of the regular voting members, including myself, Commissioner Walters, Bates, Eberly, Gilmore, Gaskins, Tuttle, Beach, and Springer. And so all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say nay. Motion carries. Thank you so much. And I probably should have read this the last time, but the commission's written decision will be adopted when the minutes of this meeting are adopted, and the written decision will be provided to the applicant and other parties with a right to such notice following adoption of the decision. All right, moving to the next case, DA-25-2022 at 400 and 430 South West Street, also known as West End 2. Casey?
All right. The subject property is located at the northwest corner of West Cabarrus Street and Southwest Street, with addresses of 400 and 430 Southwest Street. The property is zoned industrial mixed use, 7 stories with the urban limited frontage. The West End 2 project is a proposed mixed use building with structured parking, and they're proposing commercial and residential uses. The applicant is requesting 2 design alternates to reduce the distance between the 2 proposed driveways on Southwest Street, and to reduce the driveway to intersection spacing between a proposed driveway on Southwest Street and the intersection with West Cabarrus Street. There are 4 design alternate findings that must be satisfied in order to grant a design alternate for driveway spacing. And these are here for your reference. And then there are 6 design alternate findings that must be satisfied in order to grant the request for the driveway distance to an intersection. I'm available if you have any questions, and I'll invite our transportation reviewer up for their remarks.
All right, and if you could please state your name for the record.
Renee Hagen.
And do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Very good.
Yes. Thank you so much. This development is adjacent to an approved city project for the West Street extension, which is from the dead end across the railroad tracks at the Union Station building to Cabarrus Street. And the staff has had extensive conversations about the interactions of both of these projects, the West Street extension and this West End project, and the impacts with the client and the city teams. There's ongoing coordination between the client and the city to work through these details. I'm available for any questions.
Very good, thank you. Now I'll ask the applicant to come to the podium. The applicant will now present evidence and legal arguments in support of the request. And again, if you could state your name for the record, name, address in relation to the case.
Good afternoon again. I'm Collier Marsh with Parker Poe at 301 Fayetteville Street. I am the attorney on behalf of the applicant here. I'd like to start by asking that our application, our presentation, the case report, and then all supporting materials be accepted into the record.
Very good, will do.
And I have one witness I expect to testify. We can have him come up now, or we can wait until it's his portion of the presentation.
We can swear him in right now, that'd be great.
Yep.
And if you
Snuff
could,
up on Jonathan.
Before we begin, please state your name, address in relation to the case.
Jonathan Balderson, 621 Hillsborough Street. I'm the overseeing civil engineer on the project and overseeing all the site plan preparations for this project as well.
And Jonathan, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please proceed.
All right. Well, so this project is what we're calling West End Phase 2. You see a rendering of this project here. It is a vertical mixed-use project. We have ground floor retail. The viewpoint you're standing on right now is the intersection of Cabarrus heading kind of to the left-hand side, and then Southwest Street heading to the right-hand side. So you're looking at the building from that perspective. There's a pedestrian and a public amenity area in the frontage along Cabarrus Street. So we've got ground floor retail, residential units above it, and then we have structured parking and 2 kind of below grade levels. And so those are all important details, and we'll explain why in just a few moments. So this slide shows the site and the surrounding area for context. The contrast isn't showing it as well as I'd like, but the property is outlined in yellow on this slide. So again, it's at that intersection. We have Cabarrus running on the southern edge, Southwest Street on the eastern edge. You've got the railroad tracks running on the northeastern face, and then the western section of the property is phase one of the project, a sister or accompanying development. The portion subject to this request is 2 acres. It's 2 parcels, 400 and 430 Southwest Street. It's zoned IX7 Urban Limited. That Urban Limited frontage encourages the active uses we're trying to achieve with this site. And as I mentioned, this is the second phase of development within this same block. So the requests that you have before you all relate to site access, and the access point that really triggers the need for relief is shown with the blue star. So that is an access or an entrance point into our parking garage. That is actually the second or the higher of 2 levels of the parking garage. And so that location triggers 2 requests. One would be the driveway to driveway spacing. And so that is shown in green. That is from the blue star to the green star. And so we have our driveway to the parking garage, and then that green star is a private drive that wraps the building. That allows for emergency and fire access as well as other service access to the site. And then the second request, again triggered by that same entrance shown in blue, is the driveway to intersection spacing. And so that's the spacing from our driveway to the intersection of Cabarrus and Southwest Street. And there are 2 reasons that we'll go into that really drive, 2 site constraints that drive the need for relief today. One of them probably stands out to you right away, which is that limited frontage on Southwest Street. You can see, based on having one entrance in the middle of the site, we don't have enough space on either side. So there's a really narrow frontage there that makes it challenging to have, to not need some form of relief. The second site constraint that drives the need for relief is some significant topography and slope change on the site. Across this 2-acre site, you've got about 22 feet of grade change, about 2 stories. So it makes things intricate, and we'll explain how we achieve some pretty effective access to the site. This slide quantifies the relief that we are seeking. So again, there are 2 requests. On the top is the UDO 8.3.5 requirement. That is the driveway to driveway spacing, the green one on the last side. The norm would be 200-foot driveway spacing. And what we're asking for is 120 feet spacing. The second request is the driveway to intersection spacing. We leave the UDO and we go to the street design manual for the standard here, and that norm would be 150 feet spacing, and what we're asking for here is 131 feet of spacing. So this slide shows the design alternate findings that we're required to present competent material and substantial evidence for. There's a lot of overlap between the 2. Again, the UDO ones, the driveway to driveway on the left-hand side, the street design manual, the driveway to intersection are on the right-hand side. A lot of them are the same, but there are a couple that are a little different. So we will present competent material and substantial evidence as to each of those findings, and we're going to do it with Mr. Balderson. So I'd like to call Jonathan back up. And Jonathan, if you could state your education and your experience for the Appearance Commission.
Sure. I have a bachelor's degree in civil engineering, and my experience has been working on almost 5 years at McAdams on these types of projects.
So at this time, I'd like to tender Jonathan Balderson as an expert in civil engineering and site design. Jonathan, can you explain to the Commission your role in this project?
Sure. I'm the civil engineer, project manager on the project, so working with the architect team to really come up with this design and work through the civil engineering side of it as well from a topographical sense, which is the main challenge on this project.
So I forecasted to the Commission that the need for this site, or need for this relief is because we've got a lot of different access points and we've got some unique, I guess, features that drive that and some things we're trying to achieve with the site. So can you explain the overall design and concept for all the different types of access that we're able to provide here?
Sure. The challenge with this project was to strike the right balance between 3 elements. 1 is pedestrian access, 2 is service vehicular access, and 3 is vehicular access for residents and patrons. In addition, with the number of residential units we are proposing, The UDO bounds us to have two access for vehicular access to the site.
And can you explain then the pedestrian access that we're providing?
Sure. While pedestrian access is provided in several locations, the primary pedestrian access will be along Cabarrus Street, which is planned south here. There's the amenity area, which is kind of the center area of the planned south, and the majority of our retail space is also on this frontage. So to maximize pedestrian experience on Cabarrus, our vehicular access is located elsewhere on the private drive and on West. We're able to isolate our service and loading dock entrances on the north side where the light blue star is located on the slide. This leaves us with two vehicular access points to the parking garage. The primary resident and patron access points are two separate entrances, one to each of the levels of the structured parking. The first lower level of the parking is accessible from the private drive on the western part of the site where the orange star is shown. The second upper level parking is accessible from an entrance drive onto West Street where the dark blue star is shown. This is separated parking levels access is necessary to the site's sloping topography. This layout is also more efficient because it does not require a ramp between the two levels of parking, which would have taken significant amount of parking spaces away from us. Finally, the private drive that loops across the site and connects West Street and Cabarrus is needed for emergency access for vehicular and firefighting purposes, both for phase 2 of this project and phase 1, which is to the west of the site.
All right, we'll continue on. And so we're talking about the parking deck access, and the slide kind of gives a hint as to what we're looking here. This slide shows the first or the lowest level of the parking garage. Can you just explain the details of that level and what type of access and entrances are provided?
Sure. As you mentioned, this shows the layout of the first level of parking and the service area and loading areas. The service and loading area is separate from other uses and access through the private road on the north side of the site. The resident and patron vehicular access is also on the private drive located at the northwest corner of this level.
All right, and we'll move vertically to the second level. Can you explain what's provided on the second level of parking and where the access is?
Sure thing. This is the second level of parking. Again, it's separated from the first level. The access for vehicles is on the West Street, so page right here. There's also access to internal parts of the building, including the retail on this level as well.
All right, so we talked about site constraints, and we told the Appearance Commission that topography was a challenge. This slide is meant to illustrate just how challenging topography is on the site. So can you explain the slope change, the grades we're working with, and how those affect the access that we're providing?
Sure. So let's start with West Street on the upper part of the page. So on the left is the Cabarrus and West Street intersection, and as you move to the page towards the right, you're sloping down. There's about 22 feet of grade change here. On the Cabarrus frontage, the lower part of the slide, you kind of have a similar situation, just reverse. So on the right is the Cabarrus West intersection. You're sloping down, I believe that's 14 feet down to the left side of that frontage.
And so does that slope essentially dictate where we can provide access when you cross a floor?
It does. So if you look at the West Street parking deck entrance, as you slide either left or right, you have to hit that grade. And because of the parking deck proximity to the right-of-way, there's a fine balance of where that slides to hit grade as the street slopes.
And as we continue and the slope continues around to the private drive, which would be on the western side, why can't we provide access to parking level 2 in that location?
Yeah, simply it's just the topographic challenges on the north side of the private drive. To get up to that second level of parking would not allow the service entries and the loading entries on that north side.
So just checking a couple of the official boxes if you're keeping track. Jonathan, so will the location of the parking garage entrance and that West Street access that's the subject of these requests, will that create any additional maintenance responsibilities for the city?
It will not.
And will the same access point that's driving these design alternate requests, will those impact stormwater collection and conveyance?
It will not. It'll still travel if the drive was there or not in the same manner.
And then Renee came up and he mentioned some of the collaborative effort we have on this West Street extension project. Can you just explain to the Appearance Commission the work that we've been doing with the city on that West Street project?
Sure. Yeah, as has been mentioned multiple times, we have been coordinating with the city, with Kimley Horn, who is the design consulting agency on the West Street extension project. So essentially in this slide here, you have the Cabarrus West Street intersection to the left. And as that moves paged right here, it's dipping down to go under a tunnel or a series of bridges under the existing tracks, and then back up to what's the existing train station currently.
And is it safe to say that there's going to be continuing coordination between our design team and the city?
Yes, that's ongoing. That's an effort that we've been proceeding with and will continue to do so as things advance.
And through those discussions, have you been able to confirm with the city that this driveway spacing request that's specifically before the Appearance Commission today, have you been able to confirm that that request does not conflict with the city's West Street extension plans?
Yes, that is our opinion. It's also the city's opinion, and they have confirmed that from the West Street extension side as well.
So we'll keep moving down our list of items we need to cover. So turning to traffic congestion and safety. Again, the access point that's the subject of these design alternates. Does that access point increase traffic congestion for the site?
No, will not. In fact, there's been a traffic study that's been done with our project that has been approved by Ann Conlin and the City Transportation Department that there's no further traffic elements that are needed, and any updates have been included in this site plan.
And then does the access that we're providing, and specifically the access point that's the subject of this request, does that compromise safety in any way?
No, no safety issues with this. We have done a site distance study on this from a horizontal element and a vertical. This is showing the horizontal in these two views here. And in the vertical as well, there are no conflicts that would create a safety issue for traffic movement.
So those are all of my questions for Mr. Balderson. He's available for questions, and if there aren't any, I'm happy to summarize the evidence and how it meets each of the findings.
Thank you for that presentation. Very well thought out, and appreciate you walking us through all of the findings. Did you? Oh, sorry.
I did want to make sure I just covered the findings to make it nice and easy for you all, if that's all right.
Yeah, keep going.
All right. So again, we've presented competent material and substantial evidence to meet each of those findings. That evidence is through the record evidence that's been accepted, as well as the expert testimony from Mr. Balderson. There is overlap between the elements that you have to consider, but there's some differences, so I'll go through them in order, starting with driveway to driveway spacing, section 8.3.5. These requests are certainly consistent with section 8.3.5. The intent of that section is to provide safe and efficient vehicular and pedestrian access. Mr. Balderson testified directly on point that this is certainly safe. That was without question. But efficiency is really important here. Efficiency is really driving all the access, and I think we've achieved some unique and commendable utilization of different access for different uses, prioritize primary pedestrian access in one location, taking service access to other locations, and then having appropriate patron and resident access to the site, and also being able to achieve not needing to ramp within the parking garage. If you have a ramp in a two-story parking garage, that's going to eat up a heck of a lot of parking. And so this really allows us to achieve a much more efficient design, which is appropriate for the urban context that we're in. Mr. Balderson was directly on point that the request does not compromise, it does not increase congestion, does not compromise safety. That was the last slide we talked to. Also does not conflict with any approved or built construction projects. We've got a lot of coordination to do with the city on that West Street project, but we did confirm that the spacing request that you're considering it doesn't conflict. So you can check that box. Also, this is deemed reasonable due to one or more of the following. One, compliance would not meaningfully improve connectivity. I would argue that compliance would actually hurt connectivity. And we're able to achieve a lot more efficient and better layout with what we're proposing. Then the burdens of compliance is not reasonable given the size of the site. We couldn't provide this access point on West Street. There's not enough space. We'd have to get relief somewhere, and this is the right place to do it. Moving to the intersection spacing, the first two, fortunately, are the same as the first two for the other one. So I'll jump to number 3. And Mr. Balderson testified word for word that this doesn't create additional maintenance responsibilities. Similarly, he's a professional engineer. He designed and certified it, so you can check 4. He testified directly on point to 5 that it doesn't impact stormwater collection. And then again, the reasonableness factor, given the physical environment, compliance is not feasible. We couldn't have this entrance with that limited frontage. And then given the size of the site, that's B. I think we check both of those boxes. So with that, we presented competent material and substantial evidence. And so we just respectfully request that you vote to approve these design alternates. Thank you.
Now, thank you for your presentation. Very well thought out. We will now hear from other individuals in the public wishing to provide factual testimony concerning the request. Do we have anybody here from the public that wants to speak on behalf of this case? All right, then we'll open it up to the commissioners. Commissioners, any questions for the applicant or for staff? I've got a couple. I think the first one's for Mr. Marsh. So there's, if I'm understand this correct, there's only one entry and exit to each level 1 and level 2 of the parking. Is that
That's
correct?
right. They're fully separated, so you can't drive from level 1 to 2 or vice versa.
And in the design, was there any consideration given to connecting those 2 levels internal to the parking with ramping inside?
There absolutely was. I mean, the impact is substantial because of the amount of parking that takes up. If you want to achieve a similar unit count, you're adding more parking, you're going vertical, it's going to impact the ground floor retail that you want to have. We also have urban limited frontage, which says that you have to have active uses within a certain distance. I think it's within 30 feet of the right-of-way. You have to have active uses. You can't have parking garage there. So if we were to have that ramping and still have the parking we need, you start going vertical pretty quickly with the parking deck. You get up to a couple more floors, and it just doesn't work. It turns into a totally different project.
Can you clarify how many spaces are on each level? And if those spaces are serving what they serve, do they serve the retail as well as the residential?
I can answer the second part, which is yes, it's both.
Public?
It's both. Is there any public? Yeah, I'm getting a yes, there's public, so we'll save Alan the trouble. There would be public parking as well. Do you have the number of spaces offhand?
Yeah, so on the first level, there's approximately 170. On the second level, there's approximately 140.
And how does that compare with the number of residential units?
240 residential units.
240.
241, I think.
Do you happen to have the numbers for how many spaces you would lose if you had to ramp internal?
I don't have those offhand. Collier makes a good point. You lose efficiency, and with the 7-story cap and surrounding neighbors not wanting elevation, that's what's kind of held us at the levels we have.
Could you explain in this exploration of ramping internally, could you explain how the trash and loading areas would be impacted by that?
Yeah, I don't know if there's a direct correlation to the service and loading. If you were to ramp internally, you would be assuming you would only have one deck entry to eliminate that. That requirement we're bound by the UDO to have 2 based on the unit count. Mm-hmm. So really what that gets into is it's either got to be on West Street or the private drive, that second entry. which becomes a grading challenge that we couldn't overcome, which forces the service and loading back out onto the public drive or street of either West or Cabarrus. So it conflicts with the back of the house of the building.
Yeah. Basically, that trash and loading couldn't be on the north side.
Correct. It would be a different design completely, and not possible to get the access drive around to accomplish the three things: fire access, service and loading, and then the two deck entries that are split by a level on the private drive. Just too much to get into that space.
I assume that the parking is kind of evenly distributed between the levels for the units. The units aren't on one level and retail on another level. I'm assuming there's...
Yeah, so the residential unit parking would be primarily on the second level. The first level would be primarily open to the public, and that's an element we're working through.
And maybe you covered this, I'm just trying to understand. On West Street, would the building be held to any different design standards along West Street if the extension was already complete? Or is it being looked at as if it's the full build city street already?
So we're accounting for both situations. So the unique situation is that this project's a little ahead of the design stage of the city's plans. So at this point, we are designing to the current situation, but planning for the future extension, which could change. We don't know if it will, but it could. So we're accounting for it, and that's some of the complicated discussions that are ongoing, that if it's this design, what change will happen. So that's why we wanted to be clear that we had discussions, and we did get confirmation that the driveway spacing itself, that doesn't conflict with the plan. So the distance we're asking for, that doesn't create a conflict. There may be work that has to be done, but that's independent of the request that's before you.
And I've got a question for Renee. Renee, through all your conversations with the applicant, I'm just curious if you have any concerns about anything related to either of these requests.
Staff does not have any concerns about the driveway spacing.
Okay, thank you.
While you're up here, in your opinion, is there another safer scenario for this project that should be considered?
In my opinion, the only one of the scenarios would be, and again, Jonathan can speak better for that then, because depending on the grades, it would be if there's access from the private street between West and Cabarrus, but because of the topographical separation on this area, they've done extensive studies and shown to us that this can work.
Is there a time frame that you know of for the West Street extension project?
Again, that is part of the ongoing conversations. I wish I could say it will happen next year, but we are not sure right now. Gotcha. They are in 25% design at this point, and they're working towards 60%, I believe. Is that right? Okay, yeah, they're working towards 60%.
Does the placement of the driveway on West Street limit prohibitively limit the exploration of the West Street extension in any way?
Do you mind elaborating? What do you mean by limit the?
I guess primarily from a elevation change perspective with regards to the West Street extension. Does the placement of that driveway adversely impact the feasibility of West Street extension?
If the West Street project keeps on track as it is now, it would not. It would be acceptable to have it at that location. Bless you.
I think another question I've got for Jonathan Balderson is the elevation as you go around the north side and the west side of this, is that a consistent low point? The intersection at Cabarrus and West is the high point, right? And then it slopes down.
Yeah, so the high point of the site is the intersection of Cabarrus and West, and it slopes both north, so up West Street, and then west on Cabarrus Street. So at the intersection of Cabarrus and the private drive, it slopes gradually down. I think it's about 4 feet to the northwest corner of the proposed building, and then it slopes gradually about 2 feet over to the West Street frontage.
Okay, so relatively flat along that west and north
Correct.
side.
Yeah, and that's primarily to get the level 1 parking access and the service and loading access on the north side, as well as access to retail that's in the southwest corner of the building.
Any other questions, commissioners? Jonathan or Mr. Marsh, anything else to add?
Nothing else to just reiterate. I think we have met our burden and presented evidence to each of the findings. Thank you.
Very good, thank you. Renee or Casey, anything else to add on your part? All right, hearing no additional questions or presentation of relevant facts, the commission will now close the hearing and bring the matter to the table. Any comments from the commission?
I think it's a well-presented case, complicated by the fact that the plans for crossing the railroad right-of-way are not completely figured out. I think certainly there's probably going to be a burden on the city in the future for driveway 1, but it sounds like they're really working through that, and the city is amenable to what's being presented in the case, and that means a lot to me. I think there's different scenarios that could happen here, but I think they've thought through them and presented the one that they've got on this case well enough to meet the intent of the findings.
I think the other point that I would add is that transportation staff does not have any concerns with the location of that entrance on West Street relative to the private driver Cabarrus.
Yeah, definitively it doesn't affect the feasibility of a design there. So with that, I've been supportive.
Yeah, agreed.
I also say I really appreciate that what it does for Cabarrus and the walkability and the amenity area on Cabarrus and activating that part and putting things to the north of that building it's going to make things better in a sense.
Any other comments? Would anybody like to make a motion?
Should I make all the motions tonight?
Go for it, Corey.
I think that it was very well presented. I believe all the findings were given to us in a very, well said, distinguished way. But and I agree with all the statements here, as well as the city saying that they do not have any issues with it as well. So I would motion to approve.
I'll second.
That was Commissioner Springer. All right, great. Any further discussion? All right, all in favor? Again, we'll have all of the regular voting members vote. It's the same as the last vote. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, the motion carries. Thank you so much. And we will move on to the next case, which is DA-26-2022 at 7505 Fox Road, Carlton Drive Storage.
The subject property for DA 26-2022 is located on the northeast corner of Fox Road and Carlton Drive with an address of 7505 Fox Road. The property is zoned commercial mixed use, 3 stories. The Carlton Drive Storage Project is a proposed general building to be used as a self-storage facility. The applicant is requesting a design alternate to reduce the ground story transparency on the facade of the building facing Carlton Street. And as we've mentioned already, transparency is required for each side of the building facing a public street, and in this case, a minimum of 33% is required on the ground story. There are 2 design alternate findings that must be satisfied in order to grant a design alternate for transparency. Thank you.
Thank you, Casey. All right, now welcome the applicant to the podium. The applicant will now present evidence and legal arguments in support of the request. As a reminder, any evidence and arguments must focus on the applicable standards. Mr. Marsh.
I was going to have 3, but just 2. Hello again. So again, I'm Collier Marsh with Parker Poe at 301 Fayetteville Street here on behalf of the applicant. Again, I'd like to start by asking that our application, our presentation, the case report, and then all supporting materials be accepted into the record.
Thank you.
And then I do expect Mr. Cleve Pate to testify, and so if Cleve could come down, we can get him sworn in.
Cleet, if you would, please state your name for the record, address, and relation to the case.
Cleve Pate, I'm the project architect.
And your address?
Excuse me?
Address. Your address?
My address is 6013 Fordland, Fordland Drive, Raleigh, NC 27606.
Thank you. And do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Okay, so this is the Carlton Drive storage design alternate request. There's 1 design alternate request for transparency. And so this is the facade that's going to be discussed in our presentation today. This is going to look a little familiar to you for a couple of reasons. One is one that you would have had if we hadn't continued it, but then here, Creedmoor Road Storage, this was October of this year. This was approved by this commission. It's the same design, same concept here. Difference between the project before you today and the one that we're looking at is the one today is a single story, and this is a 3-story, but you can see the design elements and the concept is overall the same. So that one was approved again in October of 2022, and the precedent for that was the Fox Road storage facility. Again, same team, same overall concept. This was approved administratively in the prior regime for transparency. That was back in January of 21. But what makes it a little more relevant here is that this is the same site that we're talking about. So this project was approved, this transparency that you're looking at was approved in 21. There is a parking lot because the city used to have parking requirements, and that was going to be wasted. And when the parking requirements go, we saw an opportunity to have a second building here, and so it would be a single-story building because we're transitioning to neighborhoods in the area. So that is this project. Those are the precedents of approval for the same concept that this commission has considered in the past. Here's the site and the surrounding area for context. So the entire site is outlined in red. The section that we are focusing on today for this hearing is shown in kind of that green opaque section. So that's the northern section of the site fronting Carlton Drive. And then the part that was previously approved that's further along in the process and about to commence development is at the intersection of Fox Road and Carlton, which is why we've got the Fox Road address. And you can see 401 just to the right-hand side. So this is just a quick overview of the site. Again, this is showing the portion that's being considered today. It's just a one-story facility. The Carlton Road frontage is on the left-hand side here. The actual drive aisle and access is actually to the rear of the site, away from the road, to align with the other building that's on the site. So the transparency request that you have before you, it's really one combined request from two provisions. So it's the UDO 3.2.5 provision that requires 33% ground story transparency, and that's the relevant one here. We need to worry about upper stories. And then 1.5.9 says that of that ground story transparency, 50% is supposed to be between 3 and 8 feet. And so the request, then, that last sentence here, is to allow 5.9% overall ground story transparency, or 151 square feet. And then and I want to make sure the record's clear and make a correction. It should be 10% of the required transparency. And so as some of y'all may have seen, it gets a little complicated when you're trying to define a deviation from, I don't think I need that, but a deviation of 50% of what's required. So the 10% represents, it would be 10% of what would originally be required. So just to make that clear. And the number that you should look at is the one that's in the legal description, the one that actually would be voted on. That is correct. So just ignore 22%. It should say 10% there. I don't know how to get rid of that. So we might be stuck with the plus sign for a little while. There we go. So these are the design alternate findings that you consider for transparency. One, that the request is consistent with the intent of the transparency requirements. Now, just to forecast where we're going, the intent of those requirements are to create visual interest for pedestrians and then for occupants inside buildings. Self-storage tends to kind of have a different intent that we'll talk about. And then, if the intent's met, then that street-facing facade does other things. It uses architectural, artistic, or landscape treatments to create the visual interest that we were trying to originally seek with transparency. And so we'll present competent material and substantial evidence as to each of those elements, and the best way to do it is with Mr. Pate. So Mr. Pate, if you could just briefly explain your experience and your qualifications for the commission.
Education's bachelor's degree in architecture. Been in private practice for over 25 years.
At this time, I'd like to tender Mr. Cleve Pate as an expert in architecture and building design.
Thank you.
All right, so Cleve, what's your role in this project?
I've been the project architect in terms of building design.
And you were also the architect for those other examples we showed beforehand, is that right?
That's correct.
And so can you explain here the design goals for this stealth storage facility that drive the transparency relief we're seeking?
Sure. There were a number of considerations taken on this particular building because it's a fairly small building in terms of storage, low one-story building. Security was one of the main considerations. One of the reasons we did not or do not want to have a lot of glass on the building is a security issue. Also, there's an efficiency issue in terms of doing double-loaded units in the building, which usually puts their units on the perimeter. And from a safety standpoint and a security standpoint, we really don't want glass in proximity to the units. The other issues were we have the larger building next door, so we wanted to pick up design elements from that larger building in order to tie this building into the larger building. The other thing was we had quite a bit of contact and information from the neighbors on the first building, so we tried to take those into consideration as well, some of their needs.
So I'm glad you brought up the neighbors. So I've seen a number of self-storage facilities where, in order to meet transparency requirements, they create this faux facade with glass and fake units and lights. And so is that something that you considered when you designed this building?
We do consider that some on larger buildings, but we really did not consider it much here because of the building size and the fact that the building really, the facade is more or less at street level. And directly across the street, we have a number of single-story residences. And one thing they had indicated when we talked to them early on was that they did not really want a lot of light in the neighborhood after hours. So what we tried to do was to keep take the facade, do some interesting things with the landscaping, but not have. They also indicated they really didn't want to see people moving around in a building at night. So those were kind of the main considerations in terms of the neighbors.
So we'll get into the details of the request. And again, same correction I want to make, that 22% here should say 10%. So I just want to make sure that's clear for the record. So again, we're looking at the elevation at issue and the transparency. So Cleve, can you just define and describe the transparency we're providing?
Yeah, what we tried to do here was, since we did not have a lot of transparency, it's basically 8'4" glass from finished floor. So a 19.4 wide piece of glass. And of course, you mentioned the numbers before in terms of our transparency between 3 and 8 is 70% of the glass. So that was our main consideration on that, to try to break up the building some with some transparency, still meeting some of the requirements that we talked about earlier.
And in some of the other projects, similar ones that we looked at, there was transparent elements on the corners for where we had stairwells and where you had an office. Why aren't those present in this case?
We don't have those areas in this building. They are in the larger building, which is next door. So this building is essentially almost all storage. There's no office, and therefore we really could not get any corner glass on this particular building, as we did on the earlier buildings.
And no stairwells, correct?
No stairwells.
So, considering the transparency and the internal characteristics that drive the exterior design, can you describe the actual architectural features and elements you incorporated to add visual interest?
Yeah. Well, again, what we were trying to do was pick up some geometry and materials, et cetera, from the larger building. So we incorporated something like an architectural block wainscot, which we also have on the larger building, but scale is different on the bigger building. We also have on the bigger buildings, we have the vertical brick panels, which we tried to incorporate into this building, and to try to do a pop-up just to base the parapet to change the facade out a little bit. So in between the brick panels, we have an ephes panel, which also matches our larger building.
All right, and so we'll switch to the landscape plan, and I want to make sure it's clear for the record for the Appearance Commission. The landscape plan actually accompanied the SPR for the other projects. So in the plans that you have in your materials, there wasn't a specific landscape plan. Now, we submitted it later on, and I do have copies if anybody wants to reference it if you haven't seen that, but just want to make sure that was clear where this is coming from. And so, Cleve, can you then explain the impact of the proposed landscaping for the site and how that affects the facade frontage?
Yeah. The building, in a sense, from Carlton Road really almost acts as a screen to all the loading. All the activity is on the back side of the building. It's away from the residential, which is across the street. So what we have is we have the building there, and with the landscaping, we're trying to provide a streetscape from basically from the curb to the building, which is soften the building up, even though it's a very low building on top of that. So it ties in, I think, with the residential across the street, because we have a taller trees, and we also have low and intermediate landscape, basically creating a buffer between the residential and the facade of the building.
So those are all the questions I have for Mr. Payton. Perhaps we'll leave any questions to the end, and I'll just hit the summary, and then we can answer any questions you have. So again, there are two findings that you're required to consider for this transparency request. We have presented competent material and substantial evidence as to each of them. First of all, the alternate is consistent with the intent of the transparency requirements. So recall that that intent is to create visual interest for pedestrians and occupants. Now here, there aren't really any occupants. These places are relatively empty most of the time, people in and out, but we don't have an office. There's not a lot of traffic internal. So they're not occupants that we're concerned about having light let in. But I think more importantly, self-storage is just a materially different use than the code contemplates for a uniform transparency for all building types. The idea with design of a self-storage facility is to convey a sense of security, a sense of privacy, and transparency really undermines that. If we were to have actual transparency into units, you might not actually want to see what you're shown. And then when we're in a neighborhood like this, the last thing you want to do is add a bunch of unnecessary excess transparency, these faux walls that are lit up at all times of the night when you have neighbors across the street. So here, the better way to do it is to transition to item number 2, which is what can we do with that non-transparent facade to add visual interest? And so that's where Mr. Pate talked about his themes that he's incorporated by incorporating the same rhythm and design from the larger building, changes in materials, changes in texture to achieve that architectural interest. And then also the location of the building, I think is worth considering that we bring a little closer and we bring those vehicles behind it so that when there is loading and there are people, they're not up on the street. And so when you have a low building with no intervening street, you then have landscaping right up against it. And so that landscaping that was shown on that plan does an effective job of adding to the layers, adding to visual interest. And so I think we've met our burden. We presented competent material and substantial evidence. And I just recall that the same essential design and concept has been approved on several occasions. So with that, we do respectfully request that you vote to approve this design alternate.
All right, thank you for the presentation. We will now hear from other individuals in the public wishing to provide factual testimony concerning the request. Is there anyone here from the public speaking on behalf of this project? If you would, please come to the podium. And before you begin, if you could please state for the record your name, address, and relation to the project.
This is Saeed Rasulian, 1174 12 Fox Road, Raleigh, North Carolina, 27616. As a resident of Fox Road, in a corner of Norton and Fox Road. So, this is the year.
Sorry, before you begin, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
And I will, just as a reminder, witnesses should provide factual testimony as to how this project does or does not meet the applicable standards, and the commission must base its decisions upon evidence in the record, not personal preference or opinion. But please proceed.
Yes, please. Oh, this is the year they started to cut the trees and clear the place. We got a lot of dust, a lot of noise, and a lot of, from 6 o'clock early morning, the worker started, and a lot of noise for us. My wife is very sick. Now I heard the letter is coming in my address. I got that. And for the Casey or somebody, I called 6 times from the 70 December 21st. I got a letter. And there is name of the Casey Ivana, AICP. I called 4 times before New Year. And again from the second day of the New Year, up to today, I called, nobody answered. The cause of my phone was that why we are coming here, what is the reason? I got the letter, but this letter is a lot of things read. So my question is, if the city make wide that Fox Road and get proper from my party, I give allow. But if the business of the storage or they want to destroy my property, and I heard that they get 5 feet or 3 feet from the, make it a spend or something, no allow for these things. So this is, I come here to tell everybody about that. We got explained about complex of these things. This is, we got a problem for that. A lot of traffic for us. Before we just take the driveway and go to 401 or Fox Road But now it's hard because if there is 4, 5, 6 branches of the house, they build apartment houses. And these, if they are coming, big problem for us, number. But my complaint is that my property, I live there 28 years. But if they want to expand the road, okay, that is the public benefit. But if they do for the storage, they said the big truck is coming and turn because I'm in front of them, the corner. So they said, we are going to, I think the supervisor of them coming in visit me, take my driveway there as I put it a pipe, 3/6 cement pipe, to a driveway be wide. They said, make it no wide, just 3 pipe is there. So that is also, if they have a problem of water, they cut water, I'm not allowed to, 40 or 50 days we don't have without water, we cannot live. So this is, I come to explain for you, this is our problem, please. Your state staff, you know about, you have to think about their business, big business, big money, but we are poor people. Thank you very much.
Thank you. If you may, can I ask you one question before you leave the podium? Do you have any concern over the transparency request that the applicant is making? Transparency relevant to glass on the facade?
Yeah, there is something, but only that I think what they help. For example, in a nighttime, before if the road was dark, now if the car is past it, all my window become bright like this. So I have a wife is sick, so we get a curtain, but it's still we have a problem of that. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Is there anybody else in the public that would like to speak? And before you begin, please state for the record your name, address, and relation to the case.
Well, good evening. My name is Dorothy McLean. I live at 6913 Carlton Drive. My home and my husband's home is directly in front of the proposed storage building that they are going to build.
Okay. And do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you will provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Okay, the concern that I have is that the traffic going into the proposed site with the existing building and those apartments that, I guess is with the mixed zoning, is horrendous. I cannot get out of my driveway. You got the trucks coming in and all of that. I understand that's part of building. But unless someone stops to let me get out of the driveway because of the traffic, the trucks and all that, I have to just wait until I could get out. That concerns me. And I understood him to say it's a 3-storage building, but is it 3 storage or 4 storage? Which one? The gentleman that was before he came on. Is it a 4-storage building or a 3-story? Because it looks like it's a 4-storage building, the first one. Now, the other concern is if he does a 1-story building, it's going to be directly in front of where we live at. And he said it would be one big glass pane. Well, will that glare be directly in my bedroom windows in the front? How will they protect that? And I didn't see any site plan that showed any trees would be planted to block that out. And that concerns me. We've been there 37 years. We're both retired and both disabled. We have nowhere else to go. And I know that people do what they want to with their property, but it's an inconvenience and It's just, as you say, a grand mess. I know that in time and with Raleigh's growth and people coming in, they got to have somewhere to put their things at. But is it fair to us that have been there so long for someone to come in, because this is property, but make it so uncomfortable for us living there all these years? And plus, my next door neighbor is hearing impaired. That was all I had to say.
Thank you so much.
And thank you for your time.
Anybody else from the public that is here to speak on this case? All right, commission members, do you have any questions for the applicant, for staff, or the public?
Collier, I have one question. Could you elaborate the landscape plan? So the landscape plan is from the original site plan. Are you saying that it's basically staying the same as it was? And is it existing now?
So the landscape plan applies. It's in development. I don't think it's been planted yet, but so that's just ahead. So that all we did was we put the building on the parking lot, and the landscape plan still applies. So we replaced the parking lot but kept the landscape plan. So that will be in before this building, because that's tracking ahead. So that does apply. And if I could just address some of those comments, because I appreciate the concerns of neighbors. And I think some of the things we did here, first of all, again, it's an evidentiary hearing. I didn't hear anything necessarily related to transparency. What I did hear is a concern about if there was transparency, the problems that would provide. So I do think that supports the request, but I do want the folks that spoke to hear that I did speak with my client, and we'll have somebody contact them. We're going to get some contact information so they can communicate about construction issues and other kind of general things that we just heard. So we will take care of that, and so our folks are here, and we'll talk to you after the hearing. So did I answer your question, though?
Yep.
Thank you.
Is that linked to the CO for the first building as far as all the plantings go? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, so it's part of the approved plan for the SPR. That one is far ahead. So we haven't even started the SPR process for the one that we're looking at today.
Would any of that need to be temporarily, once this construction starts, temporarily relocated and put back, or would it remain in place with tree protection fence during this new build?
So I think we'll want to swear in Robert Shunk.
And Robert, if you could please state for the record your name, address, and relation to the case.
Robert Shunk, 2310 South Miami Boulevard, Durham, North Carolina. I'm the developer.
And Robert, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Robert, can you just explain what the timing of the landscaping and if that would be impacted when the second phase, this new building, is constructed?
I'm not overseeing the construction, but I understand from my construction manager that the landscaping along the existing building that's been constructed, 7505, will be planted before the CO. The landscaping in front of the proposed building we're talking about here will be installed prior to the CO of this building.
So can you get the CO for the first building without planting the landscape for the second building?
I believe so.
You can. So this is actually, this landscape that you're showing was a part of the old plan, but now is kind of a part of the new plan.
That is correct. Yeah.
And I think maybe so that we can respond to the member of the public's question about understanding what that landscaping is. Could you please walk us through what those plantings are specifically along Carlton Drive, and it appears around 6913 and sort of that center section of the building along Carlton.
Let me refresh my memory with the landscape plan. It was done by Jennifer Wagner, who's a local landscape architect here. Plus, my eyes don't work as well as they used to.
It's on C3.
Good Lord. Honestly, short of being able to read this, there is a mix of street trees. They're not going to be overstory trees because there's an existing overhead power line there. So there are street trees there and then a mix of understory evergreens. There is a upright plum yew that is an evergreen that is along there. Trying to compare some of these legend items here. What is LP?
So Robert, is it safe to say that there's a combination of understory shrubs, but then understory evergreen trees that provide effective screening at the height of the building that's being proposed?
That's correct.
Can I ask, I just want to make sure that I understand that previously there was a surface parking lot that was projected to be in this spot, and now the building is going there, correct?
So the original intent was to have a parking lot there that would allow for the parking of RVs, boats, et cetera. At a later date, we decided that we didn't want to do that, and so we're providing the second building.
Okay, I'm just asking that question because I would just making the assumption that vehicles in that space would have been somewhat more disruptive to residents across the street.
I would agree with that.
Okay.
So the proposed building is about 17 and a half feet tall at the central point that pops up a little bit. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And Robert, can you, maybe you did, maybe I missed this. How tall are the plantings that are going to be right in front of the part that is the clear anodized glass feature wall in the middle of the building?
So some of the plants will likely be 8 foot tall, the evergreens at maturity. Can you read some of these?
What's our tallest one?
Yeah.
Up to 10.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and so installed height, 10 feet, maturity. So you're not going to have, again, because of the power line there, some of those trees need to be capped at about 15 feet for maturity height.
Okay.
Otherwise, you're going to have lovely Duke Power, ash building come in and hack everything away. So.
And that glass feature wall in the central part of the building, does that have lights on it? And can you just describe the operation of, if it is lit up from the inside, what's the timing on the lights and so forth?
The glass feature inside is lit, so it will be lit at night.
There's no active people in there.
There's no active people in there. It's not something you would see anybody. There's a car essentially is lighting up a corridor in there. Now, one thing the lady mentioned about the glare, on that, is this glass is only 8'4" tall from the finished floor. The landscape trees will be 8 to 10 feet tall when they come up. So when they're at maturity, most of that glass is going. You'll see it through the landscaping, but it will not be very, very visible there.
And is it intended to be lit all night long?
I think it goes off at a certain time, but I'm not sure. It's not all night, I don't believe, but it is on like most of the working evening.
Okay.
In there.
So it's on like a motion sensor, occupancy sensor?
It should be a timer.
Okay.
Yeah.
This is consistent with the building that was approved next door.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
I'm sure that there's some kind of emergency lighting on all the time, so you'll have some, but it won't be at the same level as your.
Yeah. There'll always be some light on in the building, even if the building was closed because of emergency issues. But those are not visible from the outside. This would be the only place you would see any light at night on the building.
I know we've got a long agenda. I guess to bring it all back, I want to keep in mind that we're asking to reduce transparency
Understood.
and to limit glare here.
Yeah.
And we do have plantings in front. So we've switched the conversation to how do we hide transparency. And I do think that for the request that's in front of you, this is what you want to approve.
And Mr. Marsh, sorry.
Well, my question is, Well, one question was already what is the height of the parapet, which is what, 17 feet? What's the height of the roof? And do the height of the roof, and do the individual rental units go up to the roof height?
No, no. The parapet on this building is over 4 feet high.
Right.
It's a metal roof. You don't see any of the roof from any side of the building.
Yeah, I'm asking what the height of the roof is. We said that
Roof is going to be
the parapet was 17
the
feet.
units themselves are usually at the low point on the low side of the building, which this is the low side on the street side, are usually at 10 feet.
Okay.
So on the far side, the roof is going to be about 12 feet.
Okay.
Just what it's like quarter inch per foot slate.
So what I'm suggesting is, I guess, well, I haven't really suggested it yet, but to use your words, the height, you were saying that there's unnecessary excess, there'd be unnecessary excess glass. I'm saying that there may be unnecessary excess building facade, right? Because you have about 1/3 of your facade is above your roof line. So I'm just wondering if there's a way to maybe undulate that, so just having a facade that goes flat across the entire thing. Is there something else that can be done to make it a little bit more interesting, but also hide the facade a little bit more?
Well, let me mention one thing in regard to that. It's a good point, but the reason we have the parapet height is to screen all the mechanical units on the roof. We don't have any mechanical on the ground outside the building. And that always becomes a major situation with planning and zoning, is that we have to completely screen the units. Most of the time, the requirements are the parapet has to be a minimum of 1 foot higher than the typical unit. So these units on a building like this, we keep them pretty small, but they're usually always at least 4 to 5 feet tall. So that's the reason we have the parapet height we have on the building.
I think it's if you can see the unit, in Raleigh, it's if you can see the unit from the adjacent public way across the street. So my suggestion would be, if the units, this building is 137 feet deep, depending where the units are, if they're completely pushed up against the front facade, yes. If they're somewhere in the middle, maybe no. So I'm just wondering if there's a way, your transparency number would actually be higher if there was less building facade in some regards, although not from the 3 to 12, 3 to 8 feet.
Yeah, one other thing I'd just like to mention about the roof in terms of the height is that in this particular roof, it does not show here, but because we have to have a facade around the whole building, we could not have just a standard sloping metal roof. So on the low side of the roof, we have a TPO, like a single ply section for roof drains. That adds another 1 foot on the roof because we have to drop the metal roof to the TPO. So that was all the driving factor on the parapet height on the building, as well as the units, because as you were mentioned there, the units are in the middle essentially of the building.
Mr. Marsh, can you flip to the design of the other building, the facade that will be alongside this one on the project that's already been approved? Is it the one on the bottom?
So these are two different elevations. So this would be the Carlton Drive frontage, I believe, on the bottom, and then the Fox Road frontage on the top. So it's on two street corners, which is why we have the two facades shown.
Because I don't disagree with Corey that part of the intent of transparency, if you can't meet the requirement, is to use articulation, other, architectural things, landscape to help make it a better situation. And just looking at the elevation on the south side, or the bottom of the screen right here, compared to the elevation of the building that is next to it, the one that's proposed before us today, the articulation is a lot different. The distance between brick panels is a lot different. And the just the articulation of the parapet popping up from place to place is also a lot less on the building that we're looking at today. So I just wanted to make that point as we discuss this.
Yeah, so I would echo that, and I'm actually the one that made the motion to approve the not this one, but the other one. I struggle to see the similarities between this design that's on the screen and what's proposed with us. There, are there some similarities? Yeah, there are. But for me, the fact that this is now a single story is very different. In that it doesn't have those stair towers, it doesn't have those offices that help make up some of that transparency that we lose in this single story design.
Yeah, I would think you'd want to have similar rhythm of the articulation from this building to the next building, would be my point.
So I've got a similar question, unless you guys want to address these first.
Yeah, we're going to see what we can do on the fly here to help address those comments.
So what they're saying.
Yeah. Okay, on the original building, on the three-story building, what we have is we've got the brick panels, but we also have metal panels, vertical metal panel, horizontal rib panel, and an ephes panel in between the horizontal ribs. We're trying to stay away from the metal panels on the smaller building just because it got busier on the smaller building, instead with the brick and the ephes. But what we could do here, if it was something that you felt like would be an improvement, we could go back and add more vertical brick panels on the building. If you go back to the larger building, you mentioned the spacing between the articulation. There is quite a bit of articulation because the distance between, say, the ephes and the brick facade is about a 4-inch difference on that. We also have articulation on the upper building because of the metal panels, which are basically flush against the brick and the ephes panel. So here, if we could go back and do, say, some more vertical brick panels on the facade in order to change the spacing to look more like the original building.
Was there another question?
No. It was just what
What I think we can do is offer a condition on that element that would say that we would add 2 additional brick panels. So we have the centerpiece, and then we have one wide one and one narrow one on each side. I think what we'd say is we would add an additional narrow brick element on either side and change that pattern. So if we could, we might have to get creative, Catherine, with how we phrase that, but we would say that we would add an additional vertical brick element of the same width as the narrower of the 2 you see here.
Where are you in the approval process?
We have submitted 2 rounds of ASR and looking to resubmit the 3rd round following this case.
Thank you.
I've got a question related to the landscape. In the plan that we've got in the packet, it doesn't look like there's a break in the landscape from the sidewalk for the door there. Is that?
It's not a door. That's what I thought too.
Okay.
That's what I just asked Chris.
Yeah, so there's not a break there. So that's, I guess, a separate. Is it?
Yeah, you're correct, Martha. There would be a requirement, a little field adjustment to adjust a couple of the shrubs to put that in.
So that is not an access from the sidewalk? Is that, or it is?
That is the public access from the public right away. They're on the bottom corner of the drawing here.
But not here.
Oh. Not the glass doors.
With the second X I just put is where the break would be, but there is not access from that glazing element to the sidewalk. That remains landscaped in front of it.
Okay. What's on the other side of that glazing? Is that just like a hallway or something?
Yeah, it's a second entrance. We can go back to, sorry. Yeah, so an exit, basically, so it's behind smaller units, and it's to provide a emergency exit.
That's not an exit.
Oh, is it just glazing?
Just glazing.
Is that just unoccupied space?
Unoccupied space.
Nobody can get back there?
That is the intent, to meet the glazing, so that there's light behind the windows. So instead of it being faux windows, to be consistent with the other building. Do we just remove the transparent? Do we just remove all the glass?
Might be something we get into. Yeah, from the commission, are there any other questions for staff or the applicant? Anything further from staff, Casey? Anything else that you would like to add, Mr. Marsh, or your team?
I would just say, I guess, this went a different direction than we expected to start reducing transparency when we've asked for a reduction in transparency. But we're open to ideas. The idea was to match the rhythm. And so I believe we've still met our burden. Could there be more that could be done? There could be more that could be done. We could redesign in any number of ways. We're open to that. But I do believe that we presented competent material and substantial evidence as to the elements. And so we have met our burden. So I'd still respectfully request that you vote to approve this in its current form.
All right, thank you. All right, hearing no additional questions or presentations of relevant facts, the commission will now close the hearing and bring the matter to the table. I'll repeat this as a reminder. This commission is tasked with deciding if, based on the evidence presented, this proposal meets the applicable standards. This decision cannot be based on personal preference of the commission members. Rather, it is based on standards and evidence. Yeah, go ahead.
So maybe, Catherine, a question for you then. So when the term personal preference is used there, and we ask members of the public to speak to the facts of the case as they're presented, can their personal preference be taken into account in our deliberation?
Okay, I think it'd be helpful to kind of recenter. And Casey, would you mind putting up the slide that has the standards for transparency? So your standard is the applicant has the burden to present competent material, substantial evidence as to these two standards to be granted the design alternate request. If they do that, they've met their prima facie burden, and there's a presumption that they're entitled to the approval. Then if there's any competent material, substantial evidence contrary, then you have information that you can balance, facts that you can balance to make a decision. When it comes to competent evidence, witnesses can testify as to facts to which they're competent. Opinion testimony can only come from a professional who is competent to testify as to that opinion, to provide that opinion. So you can take in, factual information from the witnesses, but, the opinion testimony, I mean, what's the specific opinion testimony that you're struggling with?
Well, what I heard from the public is they don't want lights from this building, directly from the transparency that's trying to be provided, that they don't want that into their homes.
Yeah, I think that you have to tie that into the design alternate standards too. Just looking at these, I'm thinking about number one, what is the intent of the transparency requirement? I think you can take that for what it is. I don't think you have to exclude them saying that. It's not really opinion testimony. I guess it could be considered their personal statement as to how they feel about something. They're not giving you an opinion as to whether or not, for example, about traffic safety or, property values. It's not really an opinion in that context. It's really just their statement about how they feel about the provided transparency.
I think where I'm struggling a little bit is that I think the last case was approved in most part, and Marcus, since you made the motion, because I wasn't at the meeting when we had that case, was that it was because of articulation on the building and the landscaping in front of the building. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think, well, yes, all of those things, combined with that you did have other areas of the building outside the 3 to 8 or 0 to 12 areas that provided transparency.
And I don't see the same level of articulation in this design as the previous design had. And if we're talking about transparency, trying to achieving 10% of what's required, it doesn't even seem worth it, especially if they're providing transparency for an area that's not occupied, that is fake, and it's going to be lit up all the time and becomes a nuisance for the neighbors. Maybe we should be looking at the request for complete relief from it without any transparency, as long as the building is using articulation that mimics what they did on the first phase, to provide that visual. I was looking at I had the intent of the transparency up, which is to intended to lend visual interest to street-facing building facades for both pedestrians and building occupants to minimize blank wall areas. This one doesn't seem like it does it. The previous one does seem like it did do it. And I don't know that we can fashion a condition that would make me comfortable, or that would not put staff in a difficult position trying to interpret what we mean by that condition. Does that make sense? Like, I would like to see the two side by side so we can say, yes, that rhythm makes sense.
Mm-hmm. I would agree with that. I think that it would be really helpful to see that elevation right there next to the elevation that's going to be next to it. I don't think we can actually really, as a part of this case, talk about removing transparency, since that's not really what's in front of us. I think we can make statements that we think that would be good, if that's something folks feel. I think that, but I would agree that this doesn't seem, it isn't compelling evidence to say that is adequate architectural differentiation to meet the reduction in transparency that's asked for.
Yeah, I mean, isn't the landscaping basically going to be taller than the glass that's in front of it? Yeah. And this elevation certainly doesn't have the parapet articulation that the other one has as well, to your point, Commissioner Bates. So those would be my concerns.
Yeah, eventually the landscape will block most of that facade. There's deciduous canopy trees and deciduous understory trees that are on the other side of the sidewalk, and then evergreen shrubs that, it would probably take 20, 30 years to block more than 50% of the facade. But I think, I think the facade in a way is more important than the transparency in this scenario.
I think they have to be planted at 8 feet.
8 feet on center, so the shrubs? No. 8 feet tall. Yeah.
I think I saw that.
Let's see. Where's that?
Difference between height and on center.
Mm-hmm.
Can I make a request to the commission that may make this a little easier?
Yeah, because I've got some questions as well, so I'm going to open it back up.
So I think that what we've heard is that there'd actually be a desire to remove the transparency, which would be something that we would be interested in doing because it leads to more efficiency. But we'd have to do something to offset it. As noticed, we would be seeking less transparency. We would have to seek less transparency than the notice says. So what I would ask is that we continue this hearing to February and we return with an amended request that removes the transparency entirely and adds additional vertical elements to address the concerns that we've heard.
And I don't think we can tell you to remove the transparency. It seems like the conversation has kind of gone that direction. I can say that that's, I think that's my personal preference.
I would go either way. I wouldn't necessarily say you have to remove it or keep it. I could go either way with that, but I do think that better articulation to give it more architectural presence than just a big long wall that's across from residential would be important.
And then seeing it in context with the other building, for me, would be important.
Yeah, so glass or no glass, I think when you put the two elevations up together, the previous project and this project, see what makes sense as far as rhythm, brick down to grade, no brick down to grade, glass, no glass. And I would say, yeah, we would be happy to continue this case to the February 2nd meeting and take a look at it again then.
And could you make sure that there is a graphic that connects the whole length? I know that's hard to put on one. Find a way, maybe chop it up.
Show the
whatever, so we can see
landscaping
it.
as well.
Very good. Thank you. Catherine, anything we need to do for that?
It's continued to the February 2nd?
That is correct. Continue to February 2nd. All right, moving to the next case. DA-27-2022 at 330 West Hargett Street, 119 South Harrington Street, and 323 and 327 West Morgan Street, AKA 330 West Hargett Street.
All right. The subject property is located at the northeast corner of West Hargett Street and South Harrington Street, with addresses of 330 West Hargett Street, 323 and 327 West Morgan Street, and 119 South Harrington Street. The property is zoned downtown mixed use, 40 stories, with the shopfront limited frontage and conditional use. The 330 West Hargett project is a proposed mixed-use building with structured parking and commercial and residential uses. The applicant is requesting 3 design alternates, complete relief from the requirement for vehicles to enter and exit parking areas in a forward motion for the proposed driveway on South Harrington Street, to reduce the minimum driveway spacing between the proposed driveway on West Morgan Street and an existing driveway on an adjacent property, and to allow a planting strip and a carriage strip instead of tree grates along South Harrington Street. There are 4 design alternate findings that must be satisfied in order to grant a design alternate for the request related to entering and exiting a parking area in a forward motion. And there are 6 design alternate findings that must be satisfied in order to grant the design alternate for driveway spacing as well as for the planting strip tree grate request. They're separate code sections, but they're essentially the same 6 findings, just with different code references. With that, I'm available if you have questions, and I will invite transportation staff up for their remarks.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, 330 West Hargett Street. Staff observes multiple changes to the plan since the last review cycle in October. There's an open cycle of review at this time, with all site regulatory groups either pending or denied. At this time, it is not clear what additional regulatory conflicts there may be with this revised version. Morgan Street is a state-maintained road, and restrictions on the deck access have been discussed multiple times through months of coordination. NCDOT and City Transportation have expressed concerns with the proposed Morgan Street deck driveway as shown in this plan, and have communicated the challenges with adequately restricting conflicting movements. NCDOT has most recently stated the parking deck entrance should become a one-way ingress only, or for the access to be moved to Harrington Street. To date, staff has not seen any solutions to resolve NCDOT's and the city's concern on this proposal. Driveway spacing from the proposed Morgan Street deck entrance to the adjacent service area driveway is addressed with a recent omnibus text change. However, staff has not seen any exhibits from the applicant regarding impacts and dimensions to the vehicular one-way operating ingress-only driveway of the adjacent building. To date, staff cannot evaluate those specifics and is unable to comment at this time of compliant spacing or not. The service area on Harrington still shows backing maneuvers into the right-of-way, which conflicts with UDO Section 8.3.5A3, which states that all on-site parking areas must be designed to allow enter and exit a parking area in a forward motion. The purpose of this code provision is to offer safer conditions to all users of the public right-of-way, particularly cyclists and pedestrians, who are the most vulnerable and typically closest to the building openings. Transportation staff from parking and bike and ped divisions have participated in discussions on the streetscape of this current plan. The city is actively working to extend parking-protected bike infrastructure along both Harrington and West Street. These planned corridor improvements will be inhibited by site plans such as this that looks to utilize existing pavement width to support on-street parking along their frontage. Staff believes this plan has too many open-ended conflicts at this time and have advocated to the applicant to consider deferring to a later agenda to allow adequate time for the designers to incorporate solutions to these issues. Transportation is available for any questions the Commission may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hagan. We'll now bring the applicant up. The applicant will now present evidence and legal arguments in support of the request. As a reminder, any evidence and argument must focus on the applicable standards. Before you begin, please state for the record your name, address in relation to the case.
Good evening, Chair and members of the Commission. I'm Jamie Schwadler with Parker Poe at 301 Fayetteville Street, here on behalf of the applicant for these 3 design alternate requests.
Thank you. And, oh, no, you're good. I don't need to swear you in.
At this time, we'd like to ask that our application, presentation, the materials, and the case report all be accepted into the record.
Will do. Thank you.
We also do have 2 witnesses that we'd like to swear in, if the board would like to swear them in at this time.
Okay.
Mr. Joe Pung and Mr. Richard Adams.
And as you come to the podium, if you could state for the record your name, address in relation to the case.
Richard Adams with Kimley Horn, 421 Fayetteville Street, and working on transportation issues.
And Richard, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. And Joe?
I'm Joe Pung with Stewart at 223 Southwest Street, Suite 1100, Raleigh, North Carolina 27603. I'm the lead landscape architect and project manager.
And do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
May I proceed?
Yes, please.
Thank you. So we appreciate Casey's explanation of the case and the comments from transportation staff. This site does a good job. This site is a constrained area along Morgan, Harrington, and Hargett Street, kind of on the western boundary of that block, just west of the Dawson and the Hugh. And this slide does a great job in explaining how constrained we are given the existing built conditions of the Hugh, which is to the top of the screen on your left in white. That's a Dawson in white, and the Hugh is to the bottom in gray. Both of those built conditions create an assemblage of recently rezoned property with a lot of excitement about bringing vibrancy to the downtown with a mixed-use building, but now on a very constrained site that's extremely narrow and only about 1 acre in terms of the assemblage. despite those constraints, the assemblage has now been kind of added together and is going through the ASR process to create a 30-story mixed-use tower with approximately 372 units, 16,000 square feet of needed retail space, and a structured parking deck with 470 spaces. We originally filed our application with 5 multifaceted alternate requests, including relief from transparency requirements and on 2 of the 3 of elevations. But working with staff since our submittal and throughout most of the fall, we've responded to those requests. We've removed the transparency request and reduced our request to the 3 that you see on your screen here. Relief from section 8.3.5A, which requires the forward motion for entry and exit to the parking garage. The UDO section 8.3.5C, which requires a parking deck spacing. We appreciate staff acknowledging that the parking deck spacing between our proposed access drive into our parking deck and the existing one at the Dawson is exempt by the omnibus text change that Renee mentioned. But just before the hearing, an additional driveway was raised in the same deck that is a vehicular only, not a service deck. So we will be proceeding with that request just to make sure, out of an abundance of caution, that it covers both driveway. They're both subject to the same standards, and you'll hear from those witnesses tonight that both are subject to the same conditions, and the standards and justifications are similar for each. And the final request is relief from UDO section 8.5.5D, requiring the tree grade and substituting that for planting strips. You'll hear testimony with respect to each of these 3 requests from expert witnesses in their field about what we've done to try to work with staff and respond to staff requests to change the design of this property quite a bit in response to the pull-through movement from the rear and forward motion complications that staff has raised. Unfortunately, you'll hear from these experts that because of the size and shape and the grade changes on the site, we've tried to move these pieces around in a very much of a whack-a-mole situation, and to solve one part of the code results in a conflict for another, especially because the parking deck is so constrained on this narrow site. There are some structural issues that you hear from the witnesses tonight about what they've tried to do to resolve those. But given that we've worked with staff for months on this and trying to bring it forward, we believe we have the evidence to support the case and are looking forward to doing that tonight. The findings for the 3 design alternates are varied. I'll break them down by request 1 and then requests 2 and 3. So request 1 involves the pull-through motion or the forward motion for both entering the deck and exiting. That the 4 findings we must make there is that the design alternate is consistent with the intent of sections in the street portion of the code, that it does not increase congestion or compromise safety, does not conflict with an approved or built roadway construction project adjacent to or in the vicinity of the site, and is reasonable due to one or more of the following: primarily the existing physical environment, both the built environment to our east and compliance not physically feasible due to the very narrow nature of the site and the constraints of the dimensions of what a parking deck must include. Requests 2 and 3 that deal with driveway spacing and the tree grades both fall under these set of elements that must be shown. That's consistent with the intent of the UDO. Again, will not increase congestion or compromise safety, and will not create additional maintenance responsibilities. That the design has been licensed by a professional engineer. There won't be an adverse impact to stormwater, and then is reasonable due to one or more of the following factors, to the extent that this is applicable to the both 2 and 3, that the existing physical environment prevents compliance with this. You'll hear from Mr. Joe Pung as to the majority of the site layout, as well as Mr. Richard Adams as to transportation elements. And at this point, I'd like to call our first witness, Mr. Joe Pung. Joe, if you could state your name, address, education, and experience for the commission.
Yes, Joe Pung, 223 Southwest Street, Suite 1100, Raleigh, North Carolina 27603. I have a bachelor's of landscape architecture from the University of Georgia. I'm licensed landscape architect in North Carolina and Pennsylvania and have 15 years experience.
Thank you, Joe. And have each of these design alternates been designed and certified by a licensed professional?
Yes.
At this time, I'd like to tender Mr. Pung as an expert in landscape architecture and site design.
Very good, thank you.
Mr. Pung, what is your role in this project?
So I'm a project manager at Stewart, and I have led the site design as well as the administrative site review process for this project.
Thank you. And with respect to design alternate 1, the enter and exit and a forward motion, can you explain the 2 diagrams on the screen for the commission?
Yes, so the diagram on the left is basically a simplified diagram of what we submitted for ASR. The pink areas show retail and restaurant. The lime green areas show the residential lobbies. Brown areas are back of house services, and then the blue area on Hargett Street is the loading. So the reason that we came up with this location for the loading dock originally was that it consolidates the back of house services, both within our project and also with the neighboring Hugh property. The Hugh plan north of this diagram is has their parking deck entrance there, and then there's also a large transformer kind of just to the planned north side of our site there. And then the final reason that we ended up with this design was that it created a 420 linear feet of uninterrupted pedestrian space along South Harrington Street with retail and the residential lobby.
So that's the design on the left side of the screen?
Yes, sorry.
And then what, tell us about the design on the right side.
So after we submitted ASR, we received comments in October from staff stating their concern with the safety of the loading dock location on Hargett Street and potential conflicts with pedestrian and vehicular and bicycle safety concerns. So we reviewed and we created some diagrams showing several more options for the loading dock location. They all presented different issues. So we again met with staff on October 20th and shared those different options that we came up with and kind of ran through the different problems that those options presented. And they still asked us to consider a creative way of relocating the loading dock to Harrington Street. So the diagram on the right is kind of another diagram showing in blue the revised location of the loading dock.
And so throughout the fall, were you able to work with staff on relocating that loading dock?
Yes, I believe we were.
And was the ASR resubmitted?
Yes, this is ASR was resubmitted December 13th, and this is a rendered version of the site plan that was submitted.
In resubmitting, did you consider a pull-through motion to try to comply with the forward entry and exit requirement in the UDO?
Yes, so we looked at, one of the different options that we looked at was a pull-through scenario, both pulling from Hargett Street all the way to Morgan Street, and then also from South Harrington Street up to Morgan Street. But Morgan Street is up higher, and the site is sloping down towards West Hargett Street. With the pull-through entrance off of Harrington Street, there would have been a change of grade of approximately 10 feet to get up to Morgan Street, which does not work well with loading. I should also mention that this is a long and narrow site. The site is approximately 420 feet long, 145 feet wide at the widest point, and then 100 feet wide at the narrowest point. So any kind of pull-through movement really encumbers a large portion of this property. A pull-through option also presented issues with the structural walls of the parking deck. Also ended up with a loss of around 7,000 square feet of retail, amenity space for the tenants, and then also created conflicts with residents within the parking deck.
So based on that examination, would the project be feasible if you had to accommodate this pull-through motion that had been suggested by staff?
With that 10 feet of grade change, the structural issues, and the loss of retail space and amenity space, this project would not be feasible.
Did you examine other ways to comply with the forward motion of entry and exit other than a pull-through motion?
Yes, so in January, this month, the City of Raleigh provided us with 3 other examples of other projects in the city there that allow for trucks to enter and exit the right-of-way in a forward motion. We overlaid these 3 examples onto our current site plan, created 4 different overlay options and shared them with the city, and these options did not work, again, because of the small size of the site, same structural issues, same loss of retail, and amenity space.
And did you share that, those findings back with staff?
Yes, they were emailed back to staff.
And were some of those structural issues similar to the ones that you explored with staff in October of last year?
Yes, the same issues with the structure of the precast parking deck.
Okay. Can you describe for the commission some of the features that the team explored to promote safety with the current configuration?
Yes, so the first thing about this loading dock design is that you can see the trucks fit all the way inside the loading dock. They're not going to be overhanging into the pedestrian realm. Trash from the trash room, which is just above the, there you go. This retail portion will be carted over to the truck. We're also proposing roll-up doors. We're proposing that the dock be used during restricted hours, will be restricted only to certain hours. Proposing convex mirrors inside the dock and overhead signage warning truck drivers of pedestrians. Proposing planters down here at the entrances to keep pedestrians away from the walls of the building. We're proposing bands of detectable warning pavers with bollards, and the pavement for the driveway itself would be a different color, all providing kind of visual cues for pedestrians walking across there. And then we're also providing alarms and flashing signage on the side of the building that would be on when the loading dock is in use. And then the last thing about this loading dock location is that the bike lane is on the planned south side of Harrington Street, hopefully eliminating any bicycle conflicts.
Thank you. And based on your experience in the city, are these types of warnings and safety fixtures approved throughout downtown?
Yes, they are.
Can you explain for the commission that some of these examples on the screen?
Yeah, so the top left is an example of a bollard within a strip of either detectable warning pavers or some kind of paver that will offer a change in texture to alert pedestrians crossing into a vehicular area. The bottom left is an image of the convex mirrors and overhead signage that says "Watch for pedestrians." This is at the Dillon. Just another image of detectable warnings and bollards, and then an example of a flashing sign that would go on the side of the building.
Thank you, Mr. Pung. So despite the rework of the design, it's safe to say that you weren't able to accommodate the staff's request to to accommodate a forward-moving entrance and exit to the design.
Correct.
Okay. But despite that, in your opinion, is the design still safe for pedestrians?
Yes, I believe that with all of these included safety measures, that yes, it is safe for pedestrians.
And does the design meet the intent of UDO sections 8.3.2, 8.3.4, and 8.3.5?
Yes, it does.
In what way?
It is designed to result in safe arrangements of the vehicle and pedestrian traffic.
And does this request conflict with any city-approved or built roadway construction project?
It does not conflict with any approved or built roadway construction projects.
Mr. Hagan mentioned the East End corridor. Has that concern been raised to you before today?
It has not been.
Thank you. What impact would elimination of retail in complying with this forward entrance and exit have on your ability to comply with the applicable frontage requirements?
So this site has a shop front frontage, which has a 30-foot parking setback from the primary street, which in this case is Harrington. Parking structures can encroach into that setback, but they have to be wrapped with an active use, such as retail. So any retail that is removed with a pull-through movement makes it very difficult to comply with this requirement.
Would that also be true with the kind of hammerhead design that the city had shared on previous occasions?
Yes, that would be the same.
Based on these conflicts, is the design alternate proposed reasonable, in your opinion?
Yes, it is.
And is that based on the existing physical constraints?
Yeah, based on the existing physical constraints, we think the pull-through is not feasible because it would just because of all the retail that it's going to eliminate on an urban site where activation at ground level is required.
And is the same true with the hammerhead or other ways to comply with the forward entry and exit requirement?
Yes.
Let's move on to request number 2. This slide depicts our proposed driveway spacing between our parking deck entrance and the Dawson service and loading entrance. Can you explain the plan, and then we'll talk a little bit about the text change?
Yeah, so we feel that this is the best location for the entrance to the parking deck because it is far away from, pretty much as far away as possible from the intersection with Harrington. It is 72 feet away from the loading and service driveway of the Dawson. And we felt it best not to move it any closer to the intersection, and also moving it closer to the intersection would again create similar issues with the shop frontage.
Okay. How wide is the portion of this site where you place the driveway entrance?
So this section of our property is 145 feet wide.
And is that the widest portion of the site?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Did you also investigate how far this proposed driveway is from the vehicular entrance that's within that same Dawson parking garage?
Yes, this entrance is approximately 125 to 135 feet planned south of the Dawson vehicular entrance, which is off of this screen to the north. So this would need relief under the same provisions noted in request number 2.
Okay, so both driveways, if applicable, both driveways would need the same type of request?
Yes.
And both driveways would need to meet the same set of findings?
Yes.
And in your opinion, is the relief for both driveways the same?
Yes.
Excuse me, I meant the justification for the relief.
Yes.
Thank you. We talked a little earlier about the text change, and we appreciate staff confirming that the text change does not apply to the service driveway just immediately to our north. So that 72-foot dimension that we have in the presentation, staff has confirmed is exempt from the new text change. But just before the hearing raised an issue about the additional vehicular access. And so we'll talk a little bit about both of those and provide evidence on the record, just out of abundance of caution, to illustrate the findings for each. Mr. Pung, do you recognize the language on this slide?
Yes, this is text from the City of Raleigh Omnibus 2022 text change, stating that service and loading driveways integrated into a building or parking structure are exempt from the driveway spacing requirements.
Okay. And is it your understanding that while the service entrance might be exempt, it's unclear whether the vehicular entrance would be? Okay. So assuming neither of exempt, is the driveway spacing relief sought consistent with the intent of UDO 8.5 and the Raleigh Street Design Manual?
Yes.
And what do those provisions seek to provide? Let me ask it a different way. Do those provisions of the Street Design Manual seek spacing to minimize vehicular conflicts?
Yeah, correct. Sorry.
And how does that factor into where you've placed the drive on the portion of the site?
We placed it as far as possible from the intersection with Harrington Street.
Does the design alternate compromise safety, create additional maintenance responsibilities for the city, or adversely impact stormwater?
It does not.
And that's true for both driveways?
Correct.
And in your opinion, is the design alternate reasonable?
Yes, I believe due to the narrow dimensions of the site, a 200-foot separation between both the Dawson entrance and our entrance is not possible.
Mr. Pung, do you believe with respect to design alternates 1 and 2 that you have thoroughly vetted the combinations of the way that the UDO can be applied to the site plan?
Yes.
Thank you. Let's move on to request number 3. This slide shows our proposed streetscape along South Harrington Street. Can you explain the request?
Yeah, so this request is for relief from the required Main Street streetscape planting design, which is a 6-foot planting strip with trees and tree grates and a 10-foot sidewalk. We're requesting a 2-foot wide carriage strip, a 6-foot wide continuous planting strip that would have street trees and low plantings, and a 10-foot sidewalk. We wanted to provide a unique streetscape for this building.
And is that streetscape mainly focused on South Harrington Street?
Correct.
And in your opinion, is the design safe for pedestrians?
Yes, my opinion is that it provides a nice buffer between pedestrians and vehicles on Harrington Street.
And is that consistent with the intent of Section 8.5?
Yes.
Will the landscape islands have a negative effect on stormwater collection?
They will not. They also break up the large expansive impervious surface in this area. So it's good.
Will this design alternate create additional maintenance obligations for the city?
It will not. We would move forward with the major encroachment process, the City of Raleigh, and the owner would maintain them.
And based on your site layout, do any of the 3 requests discussed here increase congestion or compromise safety?
They do not.
That's all the questions I have for Mr. Pung. I'll tender him to the board before we'd like to call our second witness.
Any questions from the commission before they move on?
I have a question for Joe. How many driveways are existing on Harrington right now? Computer shut down as of one of your.
So over the entire site, there are at least 6 or 7, but on the southern end of Harrington, there's a long stretch of depressed curb where cars pull in and park, and they just back right out into Harrington Street. And that down to 3 driveways.
All right, I say let's move on. If we've got other questions, we'll come back.
Thank you. I'll excuse that witness and would like to call Mr. Richard Adams. Oh. Sorry, I think I'm going back to this one. These, okay, all right. Mr. Adams, please state your name, address, education experience for the commission.
Yes, Richard Adams. The address is 421 Fayetteville Street here in Raleigh. My education, undergraduate degree in civil engineering from North Carolina State University, master's in civil engineering and master's in management from Georgia Tech. I'm a registered professional engineer in North and South Carolina. I've been practicing for approximately 28 years.
At this time, I'd like to move Mr. Adams to be entered as an expert in the field of transportation engineering.
Very good, thanks.
Mr. Adams, could you explain your role in this project for the commission?
Yes, my role in the project is to look at transportation issues, access issues, and the like.
And in your opinion, is the currently proposed loading dock driveway location, together with the mitigating features that were shown on the screen, a safe arrangement?
Yes, this is not an uncommon arrangement at all in downtown Raleigh, and with the relatively low volume expected of service and the accommodations that Mr. Pung discussed, it should be a safe operation.
And based on your experience, do any of the three requests increase congestion or compromise safety?
No, they do not.
You were here when Mr. Pung testified that the city shared examples of forward pull-through movements and hammerheads and the like, and internal service vehicle turnaround, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And did you review the team's evaluation of those other examples?
I did, yes.
And do you have an opinion with respect to the site complications and constraints with respect to the feasibility?
Yes, and I think Mr. Pung stated it well, but in particular because of the nature of the site being extremely narrow and the limitations being that the parking pretty much has to go in the wide part of the site, and then the vertical constraints, again, that Mr. Pung discussed, yes, that I concur with his finding as well.
Thank you. Mr. Pung discussed the months of collaboration with the city. Did you participate in those?
I participated in the most recent collaborations over the last several months, yes.
And is there any UDO requirement that West Morgan Street be ingress only?
There's no specific UDO requirement for ingress only at that location.
To your knowledge, you were here when Mr. Hagman discussed the DOT position on the Morgan Street entrance, correct?
Yes, I was here.
Okay. And I believe he stated that DOT has taken a position that they either require that to be ingress only or to have no access. Has that been communicated to you prior to today?
The ingress only issue, basically, I'll back up a little bit. DOT, after getting the comment from the city that the driveway be right in, right out, but that pointed out the fact that it's a DOT driveway, we reached out to DOT and they came back after reviewing it and said that they believe the driveway would be safe as full movement in that location based on the fact that the city is lowering, I guess now has lowered the speed limit to 25 on all streets downtown, including Morgan Street. So at that point, the city indicated that they were comfortable full movement in and out at that location. After that time, DOT reached back to us and said the city had some concerns and wanted to get back on the phone. So we did with the city and DOT. And at that point, the city brought up their concern, wanting it to be ingress only. So.
Thank you for that clarification. To your knowledge, has DOT required that Morgan Street be ingress only?
DOT has not directly required that.
Thank you. Mr. Adams, you've been a part of this team and certainly have a great deal of experience with not only transportation engineering, but the city staff. In your opinion, has this team exhausted all possibilities of the forward entrance and exit movements that have been shown here today?
Yes, the team has gone to great lengths to look at that. Again, because of the narrow nature of the site, when you put in either a pull-through, which was again discussed previously by Mr. Pung, it takes out a huge portion of the first level, and with such a narrow site, it has a huge impact on the ability to provide retail, transparency, and other goals of the city in this location. Likewise, as Mr. Pung said, the vertical situation makes pull-through extremely hard to go all the way through the site here with service. Likewise, a hammerhead design to turn around a truck within the building would be a great thing to do. However, because of, again, the narrow nature of the site and the fact that on the only wide part of the site, and wide is probably somewhat of an exaggeration, but on the wider part of the site, a hammerhead design would have very detrimental impact on the parking and the structures that support the parking, as well as the opportunity to do retail at that corner.
Thank you. I have no further questions for Mr. Adams. At this time, I'm happy to summarize the evidence and then open it up to the board, or if that's the pleasure of the board.
Yeah, if you want to conclude your presentation, then we'll jump to public, and then we'll come back to questions from the commission.
So at this time, I'd like to reserve the right to cross-examine any witnesses and introduce any rebuttal evidence should that become necessary. But with respect to request number 1, the requirement to enter or exit parking areas in a forward motion as required by 8.3.5A, the first finding is consistent with the intent of the section shown on your screen. You had expert testimony from Mr. Pung that we've gone, and Mr. Adams, that we've gone to great lengths to try to accommodate that, and the resulting design that we have today is the one that is closest to that spirit and intent of minimizing conflicts with both bicyclists and pedestrians, and pedestrian and vehicular connections. Second, the design alternate does not increase congestion or compromise safety. Both witnesses gave you expert testimony there. Nor does it conflict with an approved built or roadway construction project. Mr. Pung testified that was true and had not been previously notified of any prior conflict prior to today. The design alternate is reasonable due to one or more of the following. Given the existing physical environment, compliance is not physically feasible. We heard from both witnesses, given their expert testimony in laying out projects in the city of Raleigh, as well as how to make these movements work from a transportation perspective, the narrowness of the site, the inability to accommodate these other examples that the staff shared with us. And we do appreciate the staff's time and their willingness to show these other examples. Unfortunately, they're on sites that just aren't congruent in this way, and we tried to make those work and ran into structural issues, the topographic issues that Mr. Pung testified to, and the other conflicts with the code, the frontage requirements, making this area pedestrian friendly and active, and having active ground floor uses that our code has really revised to be very, very robust, especially in downtown areas such as this, on a site that was just rezoned in the last 6 months. So for requests 2 and 3, again, we're going to just present all the evidence as if the driveway spacing does apply to both driveways, and you heard competent material and substantial evidence from both Mr. Pung and an admission from the staff that the driveway for the service on the Dawson is exempt, but to the extent the other driveway that's vehicular is not, the driveway spacing is consistent with the intent of Article 8.5 in the Raleigh Design Street Manual because it's providing the entrance in the way that complies with the distance from spacing from Harrington Street, but also in the area of the site that makes the most sense to kind of draw the ingress and egress to that northern part of the site and away from that intersection. Both witnesses testified that the design alternate, neither design alternate increases congestion or compromises safety. Both witnesses testified that there is not additional maintenance created by either design alternate number 2 or 3. Mr. Pung also testified that the designs have been certified by a licensed professional and that it would not adversely impact any stormwater issues on either the driveway spacing or the tree grate request. Finally, the witnesses gave expert testimony that the design request, alternate for 2 and 3 for the design of the driveway spacing and for the tree grates is reasonable due to the existing physical environment, and that compliance is not physically feasible due to this very narrow site that we're left over after having the Hugh and Dawson projects developed. I will note that number 6 is not directly applicable here because we're not seeking relief from a cross-access, but again, just out of abundance of caution, we're presenting that evidence as we're required to do because this is a quasi-judicial hearing and we are required to show competent material and substantial evidence. We've done that for each point with expert witnesses for each of the 3 requests, and we respectfully request the Commission's approval. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. We will now hear from other individuals in the public wishing to provide factual testimony concerning the request. Is there anyone from the public that would like to speak on behalf of this case? All right. Yeah, it sounds like we've got a few. So as a reminder, witnesses should provide factual testimony as to how this project does or does not meet the applicable standards. The Commission must base its decisions upon evidence in the record, not personal preference or opinion. So before you begin, please state for the record your name, address in relation to the case.
Sure. Thank you, Chair. My name is Daniel McQuaid. Excuse me, got a bad cold. 317 West Morgan Street. I am a resident and also a member of the HOA.
Very good. And do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Please proceed.
Okay, representing that we only have till 7:30, correct? Because I noticed we've got some other people that want to speak. So let's continue. We've been involved in this zoning change that's now landed on your lap because of the poor performance of the planning. Because all I heard is constraints and limitations based on the size of this project, considering the size of the lot that they're trying to put up. That being said, when we've took a look at these plans here at the board, myself, and as a resident as well, I find it hard to believe that there's no safety concerns of 400 cars coming in and out on West Morgan Street in that position. I don't know if you're aware or not, but just West Morgan from Dawson going west is two-way at that point. That's a big problem. 90% of the traffic is going east on that road at all times. So we do see an increased amount of traffic during the heavy traffic times, 4 to 7 p.m. It's very congested and backed up through the lights that is going over there. My concern is that egress in, egress out needs to only go in one direction, right? Because that's going to be a big safety issue in congestion there. You have a lot of people that are in this warehouse district now that are local, that are mobile, that are going to the food halls, et cetera, that's growing up there. We've seen with 301 Hillsborough Street, the impact of that traffic, and that building is not even full yet. And they have on the same side the parking, and they also have the industrial unloading done on that street as well. So when those trucks do come in and out, it does cause additional congestion there as well. That being said, the alternatives that I think we're looking at here are probably the best sense, even though it's not really all good at this point. My concern is that the distance between the 24-foot opening, right, to both of our parking, our offloading zones, and also our egress in, because the Dawson, we have egress in on Morgan, egress out on Dawson. So we're a flow through that goes out. And I think that might have been in the original design plans, considering what I just heard about DOT and in the city. That might have been there for quite some time. So I really don't know how you would address this. It seems like it's very, very complex. If anything, you know, the ideal situation would be exactly what we heard about an egress in and then an egress out just to pull through the whole way. I don't know how that can be done, but that does make the best sense here. It seems to me that their problem is becoming our problem. And they went in knowing that they were going to have a site that had constraints and limitations. And I think we need to see more alternatives on doing this. I do believe the same problem that you saw in West Hargett with the offloading in there is the same problem. That's why they want to move it over onto Harrington, which probably makes the best and most sense that we would agree with there. So I'll let my additional board members speak, but there was something else here that I would like to speak to you about. I don't know what the process was on, but also in the appearance in our, it would be the east end of the parking unit, 9 stories. That entire wall faces the west end of the Dawson, which has 34 windows, 16 bedrooms, 8 balconies, 15 feet away from that garage. That's what we're going to look at. Now, they said in here that light steel framing with mesh fabric up to 50% open infill attached to precast spandrel. We're going to have lighting problems.
Yeah, unfortunately, we're not hearing anything beyond the
I know, but
requests
how does
made
this process? You are parents, right? So do we?
We are named the Appearance Commission, but we have very particular things that we are in charge of
So
reviewing.
who would
In
that
this
be?
case, it's the 3 things that have been brought before us
Okay,
tonight.
so how do we bring this up at? Is there another department?
Yeah, that would probably be city staff.
Okay.
If city
So
staff.
we'd like to discuss that, but I'll let my chair of the board speak at this point.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks again. And just to remind you, this needs to be factual, not personal preference or opinion. So before you begin, please state for the record your name, address, in relation to the case.
My name is Henry Grez. I am a owner of Unit 310 at the Dawson, and I am the current board chair of the Homeowners Association.
And do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please proceed.
So I'm here basically in support of Mr. McQuaid and the comments that he made. The board has discussed this and feel that some of the design proposals, as Mr. McQuaid indicated, are probably not great, not the greatest solution, but it's an improvement over what was originally proposed when the original zoning was approved for 40 stories. That's basically the extent of my comments.
Very good. Thank you. Anyone else from the public? Please state your name, address in relation to the case for the record.
Hi there. My name is Elizabeth Hofelt. My address is 710 Independence Place. I came here tonight just to learn how this works, but I do live near here.
And if I may, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the
Yes.
truth? Thank you. Please proceed.
So we have learned that with the high-speed rail from Richmond to Raleigh, that segment that's going to run from DC on down to Atlanta, I can't remember, they're going to have to like close the street level crossings. So like Hargett Street is going to be closed whenever this happens. So we brought this up to City Council for another zoning project. So I'm not a good public speaker. I'm getting so shaky here, but I just wanted to say that this is just like 2 blocks from Rust Bus, and Hargett's going to be closed at Hargett and the railroad track.
Sorry, I just had a request if you could.
Yeah.
Yep, speaking.
Hargett's going to be closed at Hargett and the railroad track in time, and the City Council had said they would look at this, and I guess. But I want you to know that if Hargett is closed and Rust buses are turning around right there at that railroad, and this proposal here is going to have people coming out on Morgan. A lot of the traffic to get from one side of the railroad, I wish you would speak. To get from the west side of the railroad to the east side of the railroad, they're going to have to come over Morgan. They're not going to be able to come over Hargett. You're going to have more and more traffic coming down Morgan, and this seems like this could be a problem related to that. So that was really the main thing. High-speed rails come and Hargett's closed and more traffic on Morgan, and the Rust bus is going to be having that bus every 15 minutes there on Hargett. That's just a block away, right from where this is. That should all be taken into consideration. And I do want to echo what the first man said. I heard this over and over tonight, and I've seen it at that Heritage 3 property. They did the same thing, all of these different driveway things these people have these sites and they want to ask too much of them. And incrementally on every block, it's going to cause a lot of traffic and pedestrian problems for our city. Thank you for listening. All right.
Thank you for your comments. Is there anybody else from the public that would like to speak? All right, I'm going to open it up. Commission members, do you have any questions for any of the folks we have heard from?
I have a question on, I think it was the Morgan Street Drive spacing. So the rule change that may or may not impact this is dependent on whether this is considered service and loading. Is that correct?
That's correct, and staff has confirmed that the first Dawson Drive is service and loading, and so would be exempt, but the second one is a vehicular one, and so likely is not exempt, and so that's why we presented the evidences to both. Sorry, Richard.
I was just to reiterate what Jamie was saying is she's referring to the driveways at the Dawson. The existing driveways at the Dawson, the first one closest to our site is service. The next one is not, as the residents emphasized. It's inbound. So so I think what everybody agrees is that the text change clears the spacing to the first one, but not the second one, because that is a regular vehicular entrance.
Okay, so it's where you're measuring from, not actually what's happening on this property, if that makes sense.
I'm sorry, was that a question? I couldn't hear.
I just want to make sure I understand. So the issue is that the point where you're measuring from off the property, that is changing. The use as it's defined is not necessarily relevant anymore. It's not necessarily related to the driveway that we're looking at on this property. Because it's at the Dawson.
Yeah, it is related to the driveway we're looking at, but in this particular situation, it's less than 200, all three of these driveways are less than 200 feet from the edge of the intersection. So no matter where you put them, you're not going to be able to comply with the 200. And the text change said that's fine if it's a service driveway, but you still need to go get a design alternate if it's not a service driveway, if it's a vehicular entrance. And so that's why that's the furthest one is a vehicular entrance, and staff raised that with us tonight. And so we wanted to make sure we were just covering all our bases.
Okay, gotcha.
And you'd said while you're there, related to related to all of these, that you resubmitted your ASR again on December 13th?
That's correct. So we submitted early in, I want to say it was August or September, then had the meeting in October, went through several rounds of discussions about the alternatives, showed diagrams, and then we're trying to make progress, so resubmitted December 13th and received some comments, I think similar to what Mr. Hagman raised today.
Okay. Have you had any conversations with city staff since you resubmitted on December 13th?
We reached out. They shared the diagrams. We shared diagrams back as to why those don't work. The three diagrams that were shared were of other sites within the city that are larger and more rectangular. And so we shared diagrams with them illustrating why there's really more apples to oranges when it applies to the site.
And I don't suppose you have those diagrams in the presentation to show us.
Well, we have the diagrams with us today in paper. I'm happy to present those. We were running short on time, so I wanted to try to get through the main presentation. But we can hand those up for the board's consideration. I know you said we were losing time, and I'm happy to hand up the diagrams for the board to take with them or the commission to take with them for consideration, we can walk through them tonight if you like.
I was going to say it probably couldn't hurt for us to just have at this point and not necessarily walk through them. Catherine, what do you think?
Yeah, so what we would normally do is have a clerk, but you can admit them into evidence if that's what you're asking to do, and it can be marked as an exhibit number. So I think Casey might be able to help with that tonight. Do you have multiple copies or one copy?
I have 20 copies.
Okay, so we can mark one as exhibit, however many you have, A, B, and then pass around the copies. But for record purposes, we'll make sure we mark them appropriately.
Okay. Thank you.
I think one of your witnesses mentioned that there was existing traffic or vehicles backing onto Harrington Street currently. Are you talking about the 8 spaces that are right at the corner of Hargett and Harrington?
Let me do this to make sure that the record's correct. If I can, I'd like to recall Richard Adams, have him verify the email. I'll admit that into evidence along with the diagram, and then we can have Mr. Joe Pung answer the question that you just raised. Richard, I'm handing you the wrong email. Are these are these diagrams the ones that were shared with the city and referenced earlier in your testimony?
Yes.
Okay. And was there an accompanying email explaining the efforts that the team had gone through to analyze each of the diagrams?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm going to grab that for you. Is this the email that accompanied, the bottom of the email accompanied those explanations?
Yes, with these as attachments. That's correct.
At this time, I'd like to move to admit the email and the attachments into evidence and distribute them to the board.
Yeah, and I'll take them, and it
Okay.
might be easier since you're taking notes.
Very good, thank you.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and mark.
That's the attachment, so.
Do you have them bundled together already?
I have these are all the attachments, and those are individual emails, so they're not, you'd have to pass them out sequentially.
Okay, so show me what all you want to omit. There's 20 copies of
each, of the email and each
I see,
attachment.
I see.
So,
Okay,
these all be
we'll mark the, okay, the email will be Exhibit 1. The Study 1 sheet will be Exhibit 2. And the overall Level 1 plan will be Exhibit 3. And I'll keep one copy for me and pass the rest of them out.
Great, and just to clarify, these were the ones that were referenced that were shared in January, and Mr. Pung testified they were raised similar issues raised earlier in October. Mr. Pung,
Thank you.
would you like to answer the
I
question?
just wanted to ask, do you have a knowledge of whether that is commercial vehicles, or is it, because it doesn't look like there's a dumpster there or anything like that, so I'm just wanting to get some context for what's happening there now versus what you're proposing.
I'm not exactly sure. I know that those parking stalls are right outside the club that's there. I'm not sure if patrons of the club use those spaces or who uses those spaces. I did make a mistake on, the question was asked how many curb cuts there are currently and how many we're reducing them to. We are reducing them down to just 2 curb cuts, not 3. Sorry.
Could you say that again, please, into the microphone?
Yeah, I made a mistake on when Mr. Lynch asked about the number of existing curb cuts and then how many we were reducing those curb cuts down to. We have 2 curb cuts. We have
And
2.
you had said 3.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
And there's been reference to, I believe you said East End Corridor. Can you explain what that is?
That's the first time I think it had been raised to us, so I'm not sure that if any of the other witnesses have individual knowledge of it. East End Corridor.
Is Mr. Hagan still here?
Casey, did you have an extra copy of those exhibits? Do you want to leave it maybe at the podium in case any other witnesses come up and want to reference them or review?
Mr. Hagan, if you could, if they heard you and understood you right, there was a reference to an East End corridor, and I'm just not familiar with that. If you could tell us what that is. Or maybe we misheard you.
I hate to say it, with an East End corridor, I cannot tell you either. Yeah. Is that what you're referring to, the parking protected?
I was going to ask about that. You mentioned the Harrington parking protected bike lane.
Correct.
And could you just elaborate on the?
Correct.
Right, but can you elaborate on how it relates to this case?
Yeah, so it moves, currently there's parking, some limited parking areas in front of the Harrington side and on the, I believe on the other side, on the frontage side. What this will do is move all the parking and protect the bike lane, similar to as you find in front of West Street where Smoky Hollow is, and we are also doing that in front of the Dillon. And it removes all the parking along that frontage, because what it will do, it will shift the center line over so cars can then get passed back and forth safely. So there wouldn't be any parking along their frontage, but it will reduce the width of their lane.
So just help me understand what's being proposed. So what is currently being proposed is that the parking has shifted to the east side of the street in front of the proposed
To the west side where the food hall is along, all will be along that side. And then that will shift the center line over towards their property. Let me see if I can. Yeah, so it will shift this center line that's along here. It will shift it over to this side, so that way you have lane here and a lane here. But it will remove all the parking in front of their building.
Okay, so what's being proposed by this development is the parking protecting the bicycle lane.
It is not, no. What the last drawing that I saw on this was showing a loading area also in front of their frontage.
And that relates to one of the concerns that staff has.
That is correct.
I don't think you guys ever addressed that in, yeah.
Yeah. Jamie,
Oh,
would you
I'm
like?
sorry.
No, please.
That
would
was an
you-
invitation to address it.
Yeah, if you would please address that, that'd be great.
If I'm understanding Mr. Hagman correctly, the staff is raising tonight a concern with the location on the parking deck on the right-hand side of the screen. The loading area on the right-hand side of the screen. Is that what I understood? Is that the concern?
The last iteration of this plan that I saw was showing a loading area in front of the frontage. So
Yeah,
this
if
is
you flip
something
the
that
one
I
of the
don't-
plans, I think it shows it right in the front.
Yep, right there, number 20.
It's, yeah. There.
So,
And that wouldn't be feasible once the center line shifts, because it needs to allow for traffic to move through.
Mr. Punk, could you address why the loading dock is in that area?
Yeah, so currently today, that loading area is around here, I think, and the center line of Harrington Street jogs out to accommodate that loading space as well as the bike lane. So in early discussions with the city, they asked us to look at moving the loading space to our side of the property so that we could straighten out the center line of Harrington Street, as well as the bike lane here.
So is it in that location because the city requested it to be?
Yes.
I'm switching. Yeah, Mr. Hagan, you look like you have something to add to that,
If I may
please.
comment on that. That request was made when the original loading dock was on Hargett Street. So
Understood.
obviously the plan has changed.
Okay. Switching gears.
Yeah,
Go ahead,
so
Will.
just finally, so what we are looking at is a travel lane in front of the proposed development. No loading zone proposed on street in front of the development. Everything would be on the west side of the street.
So actually, in front of the development, we have this
Okay.
unloading zone. We were also requested to put in a bus stop, so there's a bus drop-off section here. And I think that ended up removing any ability to put any parallel parking on this side of the street.
Switching gears a little bit for the applicant, has a TIA been done on this project?
No, sir, a TIA was not required for this project.
Not required.
Based on the trip generation.
Okay. And what did you said it was state DOT or Raleigh DOT that had given you feedback on the exit out on, or the entry exit out on Morgan Street?
The feedback, the direct feedback we got on that was from the city.
Okay, RDOT.
Yes.
And what did they use to say that they were comfortable with full access on Morgan Street?
When you say they, you mean DOT?
RDOT.
North Carolina DOT?
You said you got feedback from RDOT, right? Raleigh DOT?
Yes. That
So I
they
guess
want
my question is,
only.
and Raleigh DOT said that they were okay with full access, a full access driveway on Morgan Street.
No, to be clear, North Carolina DOT said, Raleigh DOT asked for writing right out. This is kind of in order of operation here. North Carolina DOT, as the kind of owner of the road, said based on the new speed limit, they would be okay with full movement, all turns in, all turns out. Came back and said the city has new concerns. We got on the phone, and that's when the city asked for at least to look into ingress only.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you. That clears
Thank
it
you.
up. Any other questions?
And this might be a question for staff, just to help me understand from the first design iteration where the loading dock was on Hargett Street. Is the reason why it was moved to Harrington Street to provide additional distance from the intersection? What's materially different about the configuration?
So there were many factors because why we asked them to move it. It was the same thing, the proximity to the entrance into the Dawson, into the, not the Dawson, the Hugh, the parking deck entrance. The road also, the vertical, it slopes up. There's a restaurant right there. There's pedestrian activity right along there. There's some blind areas coming out of the Hugh deck. There's also parking on that street, so sight distance was inhibited. We had pedestrians along there, and it's also cyclists. So any vehicle backing out of a portion right here, we consider that an unsafe situation.
And accepting that there's no longer a conflicting entrance, are all of the concerns the same with the proposed configuration?
The concern is still a vehicle exiting out into the right-of-way in a backward motion right there. So that is still there.
So while you're up here, I think it's safe to say that in your expert opinion, you have concerns regarding safety or operational issues with this case as it's been presented tonight.
I do.
Any other questions from the commission? Any other comments from staff? And then any final comments from the applicant before we close?
I do have one other question. Just want to understand.
Sorry, Court.
I have one other question for Mr. Adams, just for my understanding, because this isn't my. So, a back in pull out versus a pull in back out. So if you pull in off the street and then you backing out back into the street versus just passing it and then backing into a loading area and then pulling straight out, is one safer than the other? Was there any thought put into that within this project?
I'll defer the safety question for a second. I think logistically it would be difficult. I think we'd have some of the same problems that we've already talked about with how much of that ground floor space would be encumbered and how much retail we would lose. Because if you pull in face forward, if you will, then you still have to get to a loading dock. So you have to go in further and then back up at some kind of angle to hit a loading dock, right? And then do the reverse on the way out. And then as you back out, of course, you're kind of blind there. Right. Whereas if you're out on the street backing in, you've got some kind of turning movement going. You can use your mirrors, et cetera, and the backup beeper is going and things like that. So my initial, I haven't seen what you're talking about. My initial response would be that the backing in would be safer.
That's clarifying what my thought process
Okay.
was, and what I'm kind of getting at is, you know, with all the safety measures that they're putting into place with that, and then backing in allows the pedestrian to kind of see them pass and then start to back in versus just kind of pulling into a space.
All right. Do you have any closing comments, Ms. Schwedler?
Yeah, I just want to reiterate, we appreciate not only the commission's time, but the staff's time. I know they work hard and they protect the city and they take their job seriously, and we're not putting any of that aside. If there was a way for us to avoid being here and to have solved all of these, believe me, we would have done it. We just really tried hard to comply with the code and found ourselves in the exact situation that these design alternates were created, is to say that there's a particular issue that we cannot solve, and the standard is, you know, under quasi-judicial standard, have we met our burden to show that it does not increase congestion or compromise safety? And would just like the board to take that into consideration, and with all respect to staff, and would love to continue working with them and plan to do that. But we believe we've put our evidence on today, and look forward to the board's reaction. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, please. Yep. If you could state
Transportation.
Yeah, sorry, state your name in relation to the case.
Yeah, Bradley Campbell, Transportation.
And do you swear or affirm that you'll your testimony will provide the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, thank you. Go ahead, Bradley.
I guess a few things that will confirm, clarify, and I believe Renee made an initial statement of there are so many outstanding details with this plan. The design is, we would not consider static. Has a lot to do with DOT's position, which I will say, I have personally been in meetings for the last 30 days, multiple meetings with DOT, phone calls with DOT, NCDOT, sorry, the state, North Carolina Department of Transportation, who expressed concerns with the access point onto Morgan Street. They have communicated that the urban environment, there is a difficult challenge in properly restricting it to a right in, right out, or restricting movements. By the time you put in a median down the road, because it is a two-way road, if you put in a median to restrict illegal maneuvers, then you're potentially blocking off other access points that are on the other side. You're potentially widening the road or restricting lane widths. Or you're then, the other way to properly restrict movements is to widen or flare the right in, right out, which then increases the width for a pedestrian to cross, and it skewed angles of turning maneuvers. So all those details have been communicated. They've been identified. We've talked about it multiple times with the design team, and that's why DOT's position that they've said to the applicant directly and to the city directly that the access to Morgan should be ingress only or to be removed entirely. And I will say that I have been in those meetings and they did confirm that. And that's the state's position. Alternative way to do that would be to require a driveway permit from the state DOT to, I guess, cement their position on allowing an access point of whatever type they choose onto Morgan Street. The city transportation, our code does allow us in coordination efforts to be potentially restrictive, more restrictive than the state's position. And as you've heard, the city does have concerns about the access point on Morgan as it's currently shown.
Thank you for those comments.
Sure. Were there any other questions related to the case, exhibits and emails, or anything else that we can answer?
This isn't completely related to this, but just confirming regarding the S-line comment from the public, that has not been determined, correct, that there will be a closure of Farragut Street?
So I personally am not associated with the group working with the railroad for the S-line, but correct, my understanding is no final design has been done to determine which crossings are to remain open or to be closed. I know there are various alternatives.
Any other questions, Commission? All right, thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Ms. Schweeler, would you like to say anything in rebuttal, or your team?
I believe Mr. Pung just has some points to make out.
Yeah, so we did hear staff's concerned with being able to enforce a right-in, right-out at the parking deck entrance. We did add in the most recent ASR submittal, we added a concrete directional island with a sign in the center saying right turn only.
So let me confirm that. So you're saying that the design as submitted is right in only, right out only?
Correct.
Not full access. Okay, thank you. Catherine, am I allowed to open it back up to the public?
That's up to you. If you do, I would limit it to testimony that is competent material, substantial, and related to the design alternate standards.
Okay. We'll hear it. Come on up. If you could just reiterate your name for the record.
Yes, Elizabeth Hofelt, 710 Independence Place. Can you hear me?
Barely.
Okay, now, so I have the little excerpt, if I can email it to you all, from when Jason Myers from City of Raleigh Transportation spoke in front of City Council when we were there for another development project, asking them about this very topic. And he says what the state has said, he said what the city has said, and then City Council said they are going to look into this. So I could send that to you. I don't know how that's going to do anything, but just for your own information, it's like a 15-minute segment of the City Council meeting in October.
Catherine, I believe that can go to city staff and then they can send that to us.
I don't know if
I don't think it's
relevant to our
Just if you the
conversation
traffic
today.
on Morgan.
I'd also be careful, emitting evidence. We're starting to get a little bit into the hearsay area where people are not here to be cross-examined on what they allegedly said or did not say.
Very good. All right. And finally, to give you one last chance now that somebody else has spoken, Ms. Schweeler, would you like to say anything further?
I mean, not particularly.
All right, and that's fine. You don't need to.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's some conflicts in the testimony, and what we presented is to the best of our knowledge and what was shared with us.
Very good. Thank you. All right, hearing no additional questions or presentation of relevant facts, the commission will now close the hearing and bring the matter to the table. Who would like to begin?
I think it's a tight site, and they've done the best they can with what they have there. And it's a difficult site to work with.
Yeah, I mean, I certainly appreciate the what is really like a full press, thought through package. It is very clear that you all are trying to do everything you can to do the right thing, and we certainly appreciate your time and effort. That doesn't change the fact that I think there's some real safety concerns here, and that gets deep at the intent of the things that we're looking at in this case. And I think it would be hard to move forward with any of these, understanding those safety concerns and understanding that the city has those, as well as I think probably several folks on the commission.
So I personally would agree with all of those comments. I do think it's a tight site. I think a lot of the work that has been done has been in reaction to comments that the applicant has gotten from the city, and are doing as much as they can at this point, from what I've heard, to address those issues. My concern is that also related to safety, when we have a project in front of us, a case in front of us that has issues that staff has not had a chance to review yet and cannot give us their complete thoughts on the design as presented to us, it puts us in an awkward position of then having to play the expert and not receive their testimony. So I personally am, I would like to give staff the time to at least look at what was submitted and be able to come back to us to say, at least comment on safety considerations.
Yeah, I think maybe to echo some of what was said, I think I can certainly appreciate concerns that everyone has with the with the number of vehicles that are going to be coming into and out of this site, and the height of this structure, and unfortunately, I think a lot of those are they're outside of our hands, and that decision was made when the zoning was approved. But I think it falls on us to make sure that whether or not we disagree with whether a building of this size should go on this property, that decision's made, and it's up to us to make sure that what is ultimately built on the site is as safe as it can be. I don't know how I can support that today without input from transportation and their review of these documents and their sign off, for lack of a better term, that they feel like this is a safe condition.
Any other comments from the commission? So Catherine, help me out here. What would be the proper thing to do to open it back up and ask the applicant if they'd like to continue the case?
Yeah, I think you can do that.
All right, I'm going to open it back up. Ms. Schweidler?
We're fine with that and would welcome staff's review and comment.
Okay, and do you want to continue it to a certain date, or I believe if we don't specify a date, then it needs to be renoticed. If we do specify a date, it does not.
Give me just a minute.
Sure.
I mean, we would be fine with the February date. Of the ASR has already been submitted in December, and we understand there's some partial comments, but if we just continue it to the next hearing.
Very good. So we will continue the case to the February 2nd hearing.
I got one more comment. Sorry.
All right, go ahead, Will.
I was just going to say, I do, to some previous comments, really appreciate all of the detail around safety measures related to the loading dock. And there obviously was some awkward conflict of just not feeling like we have the full endorsement of city staff to move forward, which is uncomfortable for us. I'll say, just personally, I still tend to prefer the first design option and don't really see the material improvement for the loading dock location. And so this is partly to staff. That from a retail perspective, it seems to work significantly better. So if that's not outside of the realm of possibility to continue to consider, I think it's a better design, but that's a little bit outside of this purview.
Yeah, a little bit. And unless the conversations that happen over the next month change their opinion, what I heard tonight was that the location that's proposed now, from a safety perspective, is better than having it on Hargett Street. But again, we'll let that flush out over the next month and hear it again.
Just for context, sorry.
I might need to call it. Or we could keep going with people talking back and forth all night. We're going to continue it. So, sorry, you'll have another chance to talk when we come back in February. All right, thank you. All right, so I know we have lost a few members, and we're about to lose at least one more member. I think there's been some discussion about just knocking out the last case if we can maintain a quorum. So can I ask the commission who would be able to stay for one more case? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 commission members can stay for one more case?
You need a minimum of 5 votes to approve a design alternate, so 6 will give you 1 extra.
Correct. And we might have 7. Would you guys be okay if we took a 5-minute recess so we can freshen up? All right, 5-minute recess. We'll be back. We'll be back and continue. All right. Thanks for indulging us with that. We're going to get started again. So the next case that we'll call is DA-28-2022 at 10856 Globe Road, Sheets Globe Road.
There we go. All right, the subject property is located at the northwest corner of Globe Road and Confluence Drive with the address of 10856 Globe Road. The property is zoned commercial mixed use, 3 stories with the parkway frontage. The Sheets project is a proposed general building for a new Sheets fuel station, convenience store, and drive-through restaurant. The applicant is requesting 3 design alternates, a design alternate to reduce the transparency of the proposed glass on the south and east sides of the building, a design alternate to reduce the amount of ground story transparency on the facade facing Globe Road, and a design alternate to reduce the ground story transparency on the facade facing Confluence Drive. In addition to general buildings in the CX district being required to have a minimum of 33% transparency, the UDO also requires that glass be at least 80% transparent to count towards the transparency requirements. That's that first request that they're making. And as you know, there are 2 findings for transparency that must be met. And let me know if you have any questions.
Very good. Thanks, Casey. The applicant will now present evidence and legal arguments in support of the request. As a reminder, any evidence and argument must focus on the applicable standards. And if you would, when you come to the podium, please state for the record your name, address in relation to the case.
Yeah, my name is Wes Hall. My address is 119 Maltland Drive, Cary, North Carolina. I am a licensed engineer, and I'm the engineering permit project manager from Sheets on this project. Appreciate you guys' time tonight.
Okay,
And,
thank you. And do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Before you would begin really quickly, since the property owner is Sam representing?
Yes. Sam is
Oh,
representing
okay,
us,
there
yes.
I couldn't see you behind the podium there. Okay, we're good. Just making sure you're still with
Yeah.
us.
And, you know, since we're staying late, I will keep mine short and just let Sam come up and get right into the presentation. I believe you guys all know what a Sheets is.
Thank you, Wes.
Sam,
Yep.
if you could just reiterate for your
That's right.
for the record, name, address, and
Samuel Morris with Longleaf Law Partners, 4509 Creedmoor Road, Suite 302, here on behalf of the applicant.
thank you. Please proceed.
We are here today requesting, I have it outlined as 4, 3 and 4 are on the same elevation. So what we'll call 4 design alternate requests. These are very similar in nature to the design alternates that y'all saw fairly recently at the Sheets at the corner of Buffalo and Forestville Road. First is the reduction of the light transmission or translucency down from 80 to that 38%. The second is a 29 square foot reduction on the front of the building between 3 and 8 square feet. And the request that sort of differentiates this case is the 2 requests along the right side of the building along Confluence Drive, where we're requesting 147 square feet design alternate between 0 and 12, and 93 square feet of that between 3 and 8. You just saw the location of the site, Globe Road and the Briar Creek area. Zoned CX3. This site is part of a larger subdivision that has been approved and will result in the extension of Aviation Parkway north, and that will connect back down to Globe Road via that new road along the top, which is Confluence Drive. Here is a look at the site plan. So the elevations that we're talking about, there's your front and there's your side. So those are the 2 street-facing facades at issue. Here's a quick look at the landscape plan, just to show you that there's substantial shrub and tree planting that will occur with this development, particularly along Confluence Drive, that right elevation, and as well as those tree conservation areas you see bolded both along the front of the building and the left side. Here are the front and left building elevations. The front building elevation is the one we're looking at. That's where the 29 square foot alternative is being requested. No alternate being requested along the left side as it's not street facing. However, it does provide quite a bit of transparency. The right elevation along Confluence Drive and the rear elevation is what you're looking at here. This is the relevant elevation along Confluence Drive. As you can see, there is red faux glass provided instead of the normal glazing. That is because of the Sheets building layout. That is the location of the walk-in cooler and the men's restroom. And so while that is it is made of glass, it has a faux window covering, essentially a treatment to prevent both temperature, light, those types of things from entering both the beer cooler and the men's restroom. So just to circle back, we'll kind of walk through. The first request is, of course, based on this translucency. As we may remember, Sheets uses this Pilkington bronze low E glazing. There are a number of benefits that come with this low E glazing that are important to the Sheets business model. Both comfort of patrons and employees, as well as preservation of food products and just environmental conscientiousness. And then this is kind of what can guide us on these last three requests. Again, 29 square feet between 3 and 8 on that top elevation. Sheets has standardized products that it uses, and when it comes forward to these, it comes as close as it possibly can with the product that it has, but falls, as I said, 29 square feet short between 3 and 8 on that top elevation. The more substantial request being the one down below, which is the right side along Confluence Drive. 147 square feet between 0 and 12, and 93 between 3 and 8. And again, the reason for this, to orient you, here's the front, here's the right side here. And so to the left of the door, you have your walk-in cooler. And to the right of the door, you have your men's restroom. And those are just not the type of parts of the building that actual translucent glazing can be placed. The building does use a number of architectural materials to offset the reduction in transparency. It's quite substantially broken up and has a various mix of architectural treatments, and it also provides an outdoor seating area, and of course does provide that red faux window treatment that does have a visually appealing design to create some kind of visual interest for pedestrians and drivers on that side of the building. So with that, we're happy to take any questions. Want to keep it short and sweet for you all. Again, think you're fairly familiar with these requests. Any questions or concerns you all may have, we're happy to address.
Do you have any images of what the red glass looks like in real world application of what it looks like?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question. I apologize.
No, we don't have one in our presentation, unfortunately. I put Google search,
Have
could
you-
probably get you there.
Have you used this glass, this red faux glass, in other locations?
Yes, we have. We used a variety. This has the design on it. We've also used plain red, and then also believe my colleague Tom Anastasi from Sheets used a bronze on one in Wakefield Pines.
What's the treatment of it? Is it like a spandrel glass? Is it a sputter coat? Is it?
I'll let him clarify.
All right, and if I'm going to need to swear you in, so if you could please state your name, address in relation to the case.
Sure, Tom Anastasi, 99 Metamis Drive, Garner, North Carolina, and I am a registered professional engineer. I'm a Sheets employee. I work with Wes on the project management of the project.
And do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
So just to clarify, these faux windows, they're not, the treatment is not on the glass. Think of it as a shadow box. It has some depth to it, maybe 3 inches. The glass, it'll have the same or similar glazing as the rest of the building on the glass, but you open them up, it's almost like a poster in the back so it's not on the glass, it's in the back. We used it actually at most recent store we opened in Raleigh off of Jones Sausage Road. It faces, in that case, it faced Virtuous Street in the rear of that building. That same graphic is live in place at that store and was approved by the commission, I guess, a couple years ago. Before it was quasi-judicial, it was still the old process.
Is there a reason why you prefer this versus spandrel glass?
I don't know if it's it's the faux window itself, the product that we buy. It gives you the opportunity to have that poster, if you will, in that depth, so you're not blocking out just the glass itself. You should still have an opportunity to illuminate it and have some sort of graphic or other treatment in the back of this frame.
Does that graphic change over time?
We have other options, and it will change as our brand changes, but it hasn't changed probably in the past, I don't know, 3 years at this point. We used to have food images, you know, burgers and fries and whatnot, and then sometimes it just went to a plain red. But this latest design coming out of our brand department is what we've been using,
But there's
even
a
most
way
recently.
to access it
Yeah,
once it's in place. You're saying it's only about a 3-inch depth. Is there a way to access that and change it out, like with different
Yes.
posters and things? Okay.
Yeah, so the two, it opens up
From
the
the
door
outside?
from the outside,
Okay.
and at the back of the box, it's a poster, for lack of a better term, that is kind of screwed into the backing.
And it is lit.
It is
So you will
illuminated.
get natural light. I mean, you'll get some light coming out.
Correct. It's illuminated with LED around the frame on the interior perimeter.
All right, I have to ask, just for the record, is there anybody here from the public that wants to speak on behalf of the case? There does not appear to be. All right, Commission, continue with questions. Could we flip to the plan for a second? Just curious what's behind that brown door on the right-hand side. Is that looks like a back exit out of a utility room?
Yes, that would be our utility exit here at the top right corner.
Is that required by code?
To my knowledge, I believe it is, yes.
Okay. And then, is there anything preventing you from having the propane storage on the other side of the building?
We do have some outdoor seating on that side of the building. Don't know that we would be able to put propane on that side.
It's just those like metal storage cabinets, right?
That's correct.
Probably put there for visibility. But all right, were you getting at, could you make those 3 windows bigger or?
No, what I was getting at, I was just looking at the things on the elevation, if you want to flip back to the elevation. This is the one facing a public street. It's going to be a very public street. I mean, this is the extension of aviation, and it's going to be wide. So I'm looking at those propane tanks, I'm looking at that brown door, and I'm looking at the ladder up to the roof and wondering if those can go other places.
Right, and correct me if I'm wrong, Wes, I think part of it comes from, we'll flip over here, is that the alternative would be what's down at this left side, is that this is what we would probably call the public, truly the public-facing portion of the building on this side, where we're, providing some outdoor seating area, and that, although, again, it's balancing each side. Like, this is probably where more customers are going to be entering the building from this side, while as we'll acknowledge that the Confluence Drive side will be facing the public right-of-way, but it's sort of a balance between pedestrians entering the building versus pedestrians traveling along the right-of-way. But I'd have to defer about the.
Along the rear of the rear?
Yes, there is, yes.
So we can't put the propane over there.
Or the ladder.
Not a good idea, anyway.
Could the ladder move to the other side?
To the left side.
I thought Is that not the elevation that faces Confluence Drive?
It is.
Yeah, that's the,
Not aviation.
it's the
Confluence Drive.
Well, it'll,
future aviation.
We don't face aviation.
the extension of aviation is conflict.
It's the new, it'll be that
It'll connect
extension of
Globe Road and
aviation, and it's called Confluence
Yeah,
Drive,
there you go.
right here.
So yeah, there's a.
Okay, so I'm sorry, Marcus, I mixed up. So it's not aviation, it's Confluence. It's that
Yeah,
side facing which appears to be what, like a 2 or 3 lane divided road? Or,
It hasn't been built yet.
Yeah.
It will be built. Correct. Part of this project.
okay.
And it's going to kind of dead end at our project for the foreseeable future until it gets developed on the backside. So for the short term, not a lot of traffic on that road, but obviously it will eventually connect up to aviation.
Gotcha. Okay.
And there is a tree buffer along that, right?
Yeah, both for the Confluence Drive street trees as well as our on-site landscaping.
But no tree conservation, right?
And there's tree conservation on the bottom. That's the
bottom.
the bolded dash that's on Globe Road, but no
Yeah, on
tree
Globe Road,
conservation
yeah,
on Confluence. Yeah.
Yeah, Chris,
I mean,
yeah. We can talk about that, I guess, when we close it. The faux windows, going back to those faux windows, so if those are not currently counted in your percentages. So if they were, what would that percent be? Would we meet the intent?
I don't have those numbers right in front of me, but I feel fairly confident.
Based on.
We can do some quick scaling, but I don't want to.
Yeah.
It looks like you'd have another 72 square feet.
It's
Because
not gonna
these-
look like that.
So you thinking they would,
Can I address that?
Yeah.
So if you look at the front where we were counting the glazing, and we weren't meeting the requirement, from the 3 to 8, it's because of the beverage line. But if we do count those faux windows as you just suggested, I think we will meet everything from 0 to 12 and from 3 to 8 because those faux windows go down to that sill.
Right.
If you notice that on the front, we don't go down to the sill because we'll expose that beverage line, and then that 4 feet of unobstructed area will be exposed. That would be non-transparent in the definition.
Yeah, thank you.
I guess back to the ladder question. Can the ladder be moved somewhere else, or is there a reason why it needs to be located where it is?
On our drive-through stores, where we prefer to have this ladder is on this right side. Unfortunately, the left side is the restaurant side, and where we'll have we have some 2-seater bistros and a lot of activity over there. On this side is where we place ladder to access that roof. On the rear, we can't do it because that ladder comes out and needs a landing pad. If we use the landing pad of the drive-through, where the drive-through has the landing pad, the drive-through shut down. So this is the best, and then the front, obviously, with all the glazing and more activity on the front, this is ideally the best spot that we have for the ladder. On other model stores, we have moved it, but this one drive-through store, the right side, is the ideal spot for us.
And there's no room inside.
No,
There's not a
no.
electrical room or something that you could stick it on the inside of the building.
Now, we have, and I'm not, it may have been in other jurisdictions outside of North Carolina, though, their opportunity sometimes to have a ladder that has to go up on its own. But that's creates a lot of inconvenience. And then you get into some of the height requirements of the code and OSHA and
16
stuff.
feet, yeah.
Safety issues. Yeah. Could you go to the elevation, the other side elevation?
I'm just looking all the way to on the left side of that door. Could you squeeze it in on the left side of that door? Because that's really the least seen spot on the all 4 elevations.
The left side of that door.
Yeah, right. Yeah, just a plan left of that. Yeah, right.
There's that column or pilaster on the very end, and then you got the door. I don't know which way this door is swinging. It looks like it's swinging the other way.
It does have a roof screen that you gotta.
Yeah, you're not at the roof screen either. That's a good point. You know, we'll be the other side where it is. You're accessing right into that roof screen.
And is that ladder fixed in place all the way up from the ground, all the way up to the parapet?
It's fixed in place, but actually, you know, up against the face of the wall.
Yeah.
When it gets used, they'll unlock it and it will come out a few feet. You know, so you're going up on an angle and not
Gotcha.
straight up the wall.
Gotcha.
I mean, it's bronze that it does match the other bronze that we're using on the facade. I mean, another color, if that was something that might.
Can we look at the plan again?
I think it's the right color, being bronze. You want to look at the building plan?
I'm assuming. Oh, the floor plan.
The interior, yeah. There you go. Yeah.
So
There's really no other place to put it inside. I was hoping there. Yeah, I mean, you don't want to do it in your cook line or obviously in your bathrooms. You can't put it around the perimeter because you start getting into the screen, the roof screen and stuff. So.
I was thinking that utility room to the top of the building.
Yeah, you start getting into the roof screen right there because it's kind of set back.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
And that door on the plan, top left, is right by our kitchen, and can be accessed by that staff there. So
That's where I got that. So the three windows above the bathroom, above the gas on the outside, can you tell me about that? Are those real windows?
Those are real windows. That's because it's the men's bathroom. Real windows that are up high.
With the 38% transparency.
Same exact windows that would be on the front. Yep.
So is there a reason they can't be bigger to gain more transparency? I mean, obviously you don't want them to be all the way down to the ground or anything. But I'm just trying to think if you could gain transparency there.
So if the sill was down at the top of the door head height or something,
Yeah.
gain a little bit.
Yeah.
To get back to the 3 to 8, to get closer to the 3 to 8 range, we can't come down because I think it would be, the privacy issues with the bathroom. Going horizontal, I mean, I guess there's an opportunity to do a different type of window with maybe mullions. You're still in the same frame. Because once you start expanding them close to each other, it's just going to end up being one window.
One window, yeah.
And so you may have to still divide it up. You're still going to get the same effect, I guess, architecturally. I mean, forgive me, I'm an engineer. I'm going to say architecturally, but it will give you more glass that you're trying to achieve, but it's not going to really look much different because it's just going to be a longer frame with still the dividers in between.
And
except for the brick, you're going to be missing the brick, I guess.
to me, that just seems a little foreign to the design. Yeah. It's almost better just having 3 punch windows.
I appreciate they didn't have to put in, they could have come and asked for no windows there.
Yeah,
And
totally.
I'm always, I mean, they probably heard me in the past, right? Then I'm always asking people for transom glass.
You've never
to get,
asked for that before, no.
Every meeting, and they waited till the last one to come before us tonight. But I appreciate that extra effort there. So.
Should we
All right,
close it?
any other questions? Anything else to add before we close the hearing? Casey, anything else to add on your behalf? All right, very good. Let's see. All right, hearing no additional questions or presentation of relevant facts, the commission will now close the hearing and bring the matter to the table.
We see a number of sheets here. I think they do a good job of lots of different materials, architectural details. To some degree, we get hung up on, one particular element when if you removed it, the whole rest of it would still be better than some of the other cases that we hear.
Thank you.
So I'm just going to say that for context, but I'm good with where the ladder is with the, the propane. I think it blends in pretty well.
Yeah,
I'm
there's
more
a-
hung up on the red faux glass and considering that transparency for me. If we were going to say that is a substitute for transparency, I'd prefer it to be spandrel versus a potential signage.
Yeah. Yeah, I would agree that as is, I wouldn't consider it transparency because it's probably just signage in the end. I mean, the way it's described. So,
I think architecturally, having the lit glass makes it look more open and safe. And so I would propose that I would not want to do spandrel because spandrel typically makes a space look closed. And so, because you can't get any light behind it, it can't glow. The red is awfully red. It's awfully bold. If it was white, I mean, would you feel better if it was, and they just lit it up and it had a Sheetz logo on it or something, or a big cheeseburger or something, but.
I don't know. Red doesn't bother me. It's
But I
kinda
think,
subtle.
I think being on the corner and being lit up, I think that's kind of key to making it feel open. And when it feels open and inviting, it feels like more people are there and just safer.
Yeah, I agree with you, Corey. And I wouldn't count it. I wouldn't count it as transparency, but it counts as articulation.
That's
right. It's
and
certainly
different elements to help offset the fact that they haven't met the transparency requirement, which is what we need to, condition our findings on.
I appreciate the extra effort that they put in these sheets. I mean, they could easily, we've seen several projects come before us that are ephes and, get as minimal brick or stone as they can get, and they pretty much wrap it in that. And I mean, they're, it's at a cost, but they do it in a way that, makes it look nicer and spend a little extra effort and money on it, and it looks better. So.
Sounds like a motion to me.
So I'd motion to approve.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Tuttle. Any additional conversation? All right, all in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you again.
Thank you all so
Thanks,
much
guys.
for your time. Nice to see you again. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, that concludes our cases for the night. Before we leave, we do need to approve the meeting minutes from the December 1st, 2022 meeting. If everybody's had a chance to review those. I actually have a couple corrections for the record that I have sent to staff already to ask them to include. But under the first case, DA-19-2022, at the very end, it actually says that the vote was 7-0, but I had to recuse myself, so that vote would actually be 6 ayes and 0 noes, and we would need to strike myself from the people that voted on that case. And then on page 5, at the very top, it says, Chair Roberts closed the evidentiary hearing and opened commission deliberations. And then it goes on where we continued talking with the applicant and asking questions. And then it reiterates it again at the very end of that paragraph. So I think we just need to strike the fact, strike the part at the top of that page where it says, I closed the evidentiary hearing and opened commission deliberations. But those were the only comments that I had. Any other comments? All right, with those modifications, I would move to approve the minutes.
A second.
Second by Commissioner Bates. Any other discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No? Sorry, that was not a no for me. That was a no? No. That was unanimous. Motion carries. Catherine, anything from you that you want to bring up tonight?
Nothing for me.
Report of the chair and vice chair. I have nothing. Adam? Anything
No,
on your end?
good.
Any other business? All right, thanks, everybody. We will adjourn the meeting. I appreciate you guys sticking around today, too. And even though